Yes.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Lisa Jim. I'm with OMB. We had emailed Darlene's report out to Peggy. Peggy, did you receive that and everybody has it?
Yes, I did, Lisa. It was sent out at 8:46 to everyone that's on this call.
Okay. All right. I'll be reading from that report. The Navajo Nation CAP dash 19-16 Exhibit A Permanent Trust Fund 5-year plan Permanent Trust Fund income projects as of January 11th, 2022. The first year, 2016, the amount allocated was 16,361,000. There were 8 projects. The budget for the first year was 16,361,000. The actuals was, I'm reading the blue line where it says first year total. The actual expenditures was 15,720,475 and 46 cents. Encumbrances is 196,242. Budget available is 444,282 and 54 cents, and the expense total is 97.28%. So if you'll go back up and see that N01342 has zero budget available, N01341 has zero budget available, N01343 has 163,483 and 63 cents available. N01344 and N01345 both has zero budget available. You go down to C01583 Ganado Shopping Center Phase 3. They have 359,520 and 41 cents available. You look at C01585 Nahat Adzil Shopping Center Phase 3. They have zero funds available. And you look at C01584 Shantel Convenience Store. They are in the negative 78,722 and 50 cents. For the second year, 2017, the original budget was 30 million. Again, second year total on the second page, 30,939,000 was what was budgeted. The actuals spent was 13,706,020 and 65 cents. Encumbered is 2,942,347 and 6 cents. Budget available is 14,290,632 and 29 cents. Expense total is 53.81. Now we're going back up. If you look at the DNR projects in 01341, the budget available is 936,199 and 92 cents. In 01342, you have the Rock Point, Waterway. I can't remember what Jedito. I can't remember what all this stood for. But you have the 2,306,000 still available. You look at in 01343, Smith Lake wall completion. You had 21,500. You look at 1344, Tahajali Albuquerque water line design. This is spent all their money. In 01353, chapter CIP plans 2017A. They have 448,168 and 75 cents. You look at in 01354, the chapter water CIP plans 2017B. They have 0 funds available. In 01355, quadrilateral ONM fund NTUA, They have 0 funds available. In 01356, the Theru Baca Haystack well. They have 125,988 and 48 cents. In 01359, you see they have 1,901,500, giving you the subtotal there of 6,439,357 and 15 cents. We're going down to the C01784, the Shiprock Hotel. They have 5.5 million available. Moving down to C01589, Denver Hotel Retail Center. They have 0 funds available. C01590, Shantel Retail Hotel, the second year. They have 193,025 and 19 cents available, giving you the subtotal of budget available of 5,693,025 and 19 cents. And we're going down to the other DNR projects, N01352. There's 0 funds available. N01360, Northern Agency Agriculture Project, they have $161,534.88. N01361, Mini Farms Agriculture Project, Water Management Branch, they have $125,000 available. And N01362, Mini Farms Agriculture Project, Department of Agriculture, they have 0 funds available. Okay, moving on to the next page, you have mini farms. Again, Department of Water Resources, you have $1,871,715.07 available, giving you the subtotal amount of $2,158,249.95. So look at the second year total there in blue, which I read earlier. Moving on to the third year, 2018. The third year total was $30,500,000. Actual spent was $1,963,638.96. Encumbered is $5,538,983.50. Budget available is $22,997,377.54. Giving expense total of $24.60. This you go back up to N01430. Dakota Lateral, third year 3, their budget available $1,992,116.90. N01431, the chapter water plans CIP for 2018, they have $500,000 available. N01432, the chapter wastewater CIP plan 2018, they have $485,027.64 available. N01433, there's $6,950,000 available. N01434, Lake Powell intake, year 3, they have $1,632,594. N01435, Western Navajo pipeline, year 3, $1,493,693. And you look at N01436, Cuddle Lateral NTUA, year 3, they have $500,000 available. The subtotal there is $13,247,377.54. Now I'm looking at C01784, Shiprock Hotel, they have $2.8 million available. C01612, Crown Point Hotel and Conference Center, they have $3,775,000 available. C01611, Shantel Retail and Hotel, third year. I'm sorry. Let me say that again. C01613, Crown Point C-Store and Gas Station, $3,175,000. And C01611, Shantel Retail and Hotel, third year, they have 0 funds available, giving me the subtotal there of $9,750,000. Moving on to the fourth year, 2019. Again, I'll look at the blue line on the third page. The budget available, the amount was $30,500,000. And if you look at the budget there, it's $26 million. The actual expenditures was $4,062,708.20. Encumbrances is 0. Budget available is $21,937,291.80. Going back to the second page, you have N01479 Chapter CIP Water Plans for 2019 at $600,000. N01480 Lake Powell Intake Year 4, $1,950,000 still available. N01481 Western Navajo Pipeline Year 4, $5,700,000 available. You look at N01482 NAIHS SWN PTF Year 4 plan, they have $1 million available. You look at N01483 NIHS Tenahoto Year 4, you have $1.5 million available. N01484 NIHS Cousins Phase 2 Year 4, you have $1.2 million available. And you look at N01478 Quadrilateral O&M 2019 NTUA, you have $500,000 available, giving you a subtotal of $12,450,000. Moving on down, you see C01799 Office Buildings Year 4, $5.6 85 million. You have the 1,850,000. Then you see the triple asterisk, and you look at year 4 per CMY 4020. 4 million was reallocated from office buildings to Tahajale Development Project for the C-Store gas station and laundromat. Now you're moving down to C01834, the Tahajale C-Store gas station and laundry. And there you see the $4 million. Okay, and then you see C01783, the Indian Wells Economic Development Project at $3.7 million. The budget available is $3,637,291.80. Again, you look at the first asterisk in year 4, CAP-23-21 rescinded CD 8518. Indian Wells was given back the full funding of $3.7 million. Moving on to the page 3, you have the Newcomb Navajo Shopping Center Incorporated, $4.5 million. Budgets were due January 29th. No budget was submitted. The project may change with the note we have. And then moving on down to, okay, you have the subtotal of the budget of $7,637,291.80. Moving on to the 5th year, 2020, $30,500,000. The first project there, 5th year total, the blue line at the bottom, the budget amount was $25,650,000. Actuals was $39,984.09. Encumbrance was $666,287.38. Budget available is $24,943,728.53, giving a total of 2.75%. Moving back up to the first one. N01485, the chapter water plans, CIP plans for 2020 was $500,000. N01486, lake power intake year 5 was $3 million. Budget still available. N01487, Western Navajo pipeline year 5, the budget available there is $6,034,192.80. N01488, NAIHS SWN 2020 year 5, the budget available is $5,350,000. N01489, NIHS Tenahoto year 5, $1.4 million is available. N01490, NIHS Cousins Phase year 5, $1.8 million is available. N01491, Cutterlateral O&M NTUA year 5, $500,000 is available. The subtotal there is $18,584,192.80. C01833, the Blue Gap C-Store. Budget available is $2.4 million. C01838, Chinle Chevron Gas Station, $1 million is available. And then we have no business unit for the Pinion Multi-Purpose Office Complex at $2.8 million. And there's no budget submitted. So the budget available there, the subtotal is $3.4 million. You also have no business unit for the Wheatfields Agriculture Project at $2 million. The budget and related documents have not been submitted. N01492, Northern Agency Agriculture Project Year 5, you have $1,465,963.19 available. And you have N01493, Mini Farms Agriculture Project Year 5, $1,493,572.54 available, giving you a subtotal of $2,959,535.73. So the grand total, the budgets, we have $450,000. Actual expenditures, you have $35,492,827.36. Encumbrances, you have $9,343,859.94. Budget available, you have $84,613,312.70, giving expense total of 34.64%. Total appropriations from year 1 to year 5 was $138,800,000. Projects not set up from year 4 and year 5 is $9,392,000. $350,000. And you have the 1, 2, and 3 asterisks noted there at the bottom. Mr. Chair, committee members, that's OMB's report.
Thank you for that report, Ms. Lisa Jim. With that, committee members, are there any questions regarding the OMB's report?
Got this to the chairman. This is Delegate Yellowhead.
Commissioner Dodd, go ahead. You have the floor.
The chair, Lisa, you went really fast, especially on these business unit numbers. You should be kind of slowed down with it. The new grand total, open commitments, the actual amounts. That's what Charles $129,450,000 that is revised budget amount. Actual Charles $35,492,000. Other commitments and encumbers $9,343,000. But the budget balance $84,613,312. For pesos using the mix. The expenditures are 35%, 65% basically the what although what are they on for the peso or you have a peso using the peso la no son the peso. Thank you for the report. I'll take my time to look through all this. Lisa, on behalf of OMB, don't be his staff share for the report. He just started. I can't send all I hear on the chairman on the hospital.
Kashina Kela, for your comments and direction for OMB. Shantel, Budget Finance Committee, any further questions, comments? If not, we can move down our agenda.
Chair Henry, I have a question.
Peggy, go ahead.
Okay, I was just going to ask the presenter, Lisa, can you go over like the time frame that we're in right now, just for the committee's sake and everyone else listening? What year are we in?
Thank you, Peggy, for that clarification from OMB. Lisa Jim.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Chair, committee members. The Permanent Trust Fund, again, 5-year plan, was given out $150 million over the 5 years. So it began in 2016 with $30 million. 2017 was given $30.939 million. Then 18 was given 30.5, and then 2019 30.5, and 2020 30.5. Now those okay, sorry about that. So most of those were divided up into waterline projects. Waterline was getting some of the money. DED was getting some money, and so were gaming. Gaming was also given that money. So all this money has been divided up and was allocated so far. Now we're getting this money, and then COVID hit, so a lot of these projects stopped. So they were at a standstill. So now we're picking them back up, and that's why you still see a lot of the budgets, the balances are still available, because they're still trying to get the contracts submitted through and get them all recalculated and everything. So that's why you still have some budget available in these amounts. And that's why we're still working on them. Mr. Chair, committee members?
Thank you for that response, Ms. Jim. But what year are we actually in? If there was nothing and no obstacles in the way of what happened in the past couple of years, what year would have been this year would have been?
The project the Permanent Trust Fund 5-year plan ended in 2020. There was no more funds after 2020.
Okay, thank you for that. So with this information, committee members, any questions for Office of Management and Budget?
Eugene So, Henio.
Budget and Finance Committee members, any further questions, comments? Welcome to the meeting. Eugene So, does he have the floor?
Vice Chair,
Chico. Chico. That's the first one, Pinion, multiple office complex. How to submit in the budget? How do we submit that one? Not submitted budget. And then the rate in lead, Chevron, not Chevron, we got 1 million. The resolution says 16 for carding, the one with the 5-year day. Yeah, thank you.
Ms. Jim, from Delegate Eugene still representing his areas, has questions regarding your report. Please provide response.
Thank you, BNF committee members. Thank you, Honorable Delegate. So, the question for the Pinion Multipurpose Center, if you look at the division, it's assigned to the Division of Economic Development. You would need to work with Economic Development, I believe the Chinling RBDO office, or I don't know if anybody from DED is on the line to see who's assigned to that. You need to work with them to give us a budget for this amount, the $2,850,000. So we can enter it and give it a business unit. Mr. Chair, committee members?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. I believe they are further down on the agenda, so when that will come in, when they come on the agenda, we'll get to them.
Chair Henio, Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Henio and committee members of the Budget and Finance and Shanai for listening on board. Honorable Eugene So and Ado from Shiprock area, Chairwoman on the Permit Trust Fund. And the report dated Lisa Jim reporting loggy. Did I hear correctly that 2020 is when all this has been expired, or the deadline is 2020 and now there's no more PTF funds? Is that what I understand? That's my first question. And then the second question is, if so, then where are all these dollars at? Are they still in interest-bearing accounts? And I think we have the balance. I don't recall right offhand. The balance was $84,313,312.70. That's available, and these projects are no longer funded as of 2020. What becomes of that remaining balance? That's my question, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. With this, Ms. Jim, provide a response.
Thank you, committee members. Honorable Vice Chair Smith, The permanent trust fund was for 5 years. It began in 2016, and the 5th year was in 2020. The funding didn't end. The funding is still there, but it was only given about 150 million. So the money, the last year for this one, for CAP 1916, the 5th year for that was 2020. So the money has been allocated and it's still there. It's encumbered. It's just, I'm sorry, it's there. It's not over per se. It's not over until you spend all the funds. So the monies are still there. And yes, there is 84 million that's budget available. That's still available. So these funds are open until all the funds are expended. Mr. Chair, committee members?
Thank you for that response, Ms. Jim. Also, I don't know if you'd be able to answer this, but the second part of Vice Chair Smith's question was, these funds, are they still in the interest-bearing account? I mean, meaning as part of the investment. Is that what provide response on that?
Okay, I'm sorry, committee members, Mr. Chair. No, these funds are not in the interest-bearing accounts. The permanent trust fund was already allocated, so these funds are sitting here still in Window Rock. I don't believe they're in interest-bearing. You might want to ask OOC, because right now they've been all allocated out to DNR, DED, and other divisions, so I don't believe they're in interest-bearing accounts. Mr. Chair?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that response. Do we have some representatives from the Office of the Controller on the line? Navajo Nation Office of the Controller?
Good morning, Chair Henya. Jeremy Jimmy on the line from investment section.
Thank you, Mr. Jimmy. Thank you. Were you aware of the question that was posed by Vice Chair Smith?
No, I wasn't. I'm sorry about that.
Okay. On this topic here, with the PTF allocations for projects, the question was, are they still in the permanent fund portfolio, or have they been drawn down and liquefied, or are they still part of the interest bearing account where it's still earning interest, and have they been drawn down yet?
Okay. All right. Thank you for that question. As far as I know, all of the funds for PTF is currently in investments. And so we monitor the fund balance. So I'm not too sure about the budget or the projects, but whenever we see an expenditure, we make sure that we have enough money in the fund balance to cover those. So it's kind of indirectly answering your question, but all of PTF is an investment, is locked in an investment, and we just bring money back to the nation as needed as these expenditures occur for these projects underneath PTF. I believe General Accounting is in charge of monitoring the projects.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jimmy, for that. Who's this?
This is Natasha with General Accounting.
Yes, go ahead. Please help us with the response.
Yes, what Lisa Jim was saying is correct. They're not in interest-bearing accounts. They've been allocated out for the projects. Currently, they're still sitting in the budgets for the projects.
Okay, yeah, thank you for that response. So back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Vice Chair Smith?
Well, thank you, Chair Henio. Thank you for that answer. Kind of vague, though. Is it actually, is there some kind of document verifying that it's in either one or the other. Reason being is because if it's in the interest bearing, then we're making that money work, and there is interest actually being occurred over those years since COVID-19 had taken precedence. And I was wondering, that should be good policy to just keep it into the interest bearing until these monies are like, I don't remember the gentleman's name, mentioned that they draw it down when it's needed and bring it forth and utilize that funding in 84 million and produce some interest on what the nation has. I think that would be well invested for now, because it seems like these funds are locked in and they're going to be utilized until these projects are done, according to OMB. That's the way I understand it. So it may be another 5 years before we even see some of these projects finally manifest itself and finally be completed to where we see it actually what the intent of the funds will be used. So I don't know who can, if we have to dig deeper into that and maybe make an amendment to the legislation, if it's just saying that it'll just sit there and be idle. Because like I said earlier, I think it'd be wise to keep it in the investment and then just draw down on the principal, I guess you could say, and leave the investment to or the interest to continue to grow. It's kind of like having sheep in a way. The best on the Ashajay and the Chige, they got a certain Dakai. 8 hours and a half. Today, you had to the sun or Ashajay, then don't die chill. Ashajay, hello. In addition to this, thank you, Chair Henry.
Chairman Honorable Henio, this is Delegate Yell.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith, for your response. Delegate Yell here.
Oh, yeah, share non traditional and Anito is not fine. The Saha 3D interest bearing account height. Oh, but 11 is not earning in that interest bearing account because of this is a lot of money to run our figures. It's like 85 million. But 11 not all. It's not an interest bearing account. What was the reason it was not an interest bearing account? This is to question to Lisa, to the Honorable Henio. Want to know this could hear.
With this subject here with the 84 million, Peggy, would you put this on the agenda for the Budget and Finance Committee regular meeting, where the controller would need to give us a good report of actually what's actually happening, because we're hearing two stories, one from Mr. Jimmy saying it's still there until it's drawn down, and then with the general accounting saying that it's been already drawn down, it's just sitting there. So we need to get the it straight to see where it's at. So if you would do that, Peggy, and we can have a further discussion on this subject at the next meeting, the committee meeting. Okay, with this, if there's no further questions for Ms. Lisa Jim, let's move down on our agenda to the Shiprock. There's no question of privilege here. There's no question of privilege.
Okay, remember, I'm sorry. Okay.
If you want to ask a question, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much, Attila. I had a question because my question was, this is $85 million, and I said, why this is not an interest-bearing account? And I wish it was. We could earn a lot of money with interest-bearing account. This question goes to Lisa. Why not in an interest-bearing account, $85 million? Yes, thank you very much.
Shunda, I'll get Jimmy over here. OMB is there just to set up. They're there and they set up budgets and so forth, monitor the budgets.
Okay.
It's actually
right.
a
Okay,
controller, the controller ARJ investment section, basically, and that's why I asked Peggy to put the controller on their next agenda for the 15th to give us a full report as far as where this 84 million is at. Is it still in the interest-bearing account or has it been drawn down already? So I thought we can get that report on the 15th. Okay, with that, Shantel, Budget and Finance Committee. If there's no further questions for Ms. Lisa Jim, let's move to the Shiprock Hotel project, to the actual projects, and get updates from each of the presenters. For the Shiprock Hotel project, there is a legislation that is moving through council at the present time, and Madam Chair Charles Newton is a sponsor of that legislation. So maybe, are you on the line? If you could provide the committee an update as far as where the hotel project is at.
Oh, yeah. Good morning, Chair Hanyo. Can you hear me?
Oh, Haditha.
Hello? Okay. Oh. Well, what the gaming originally had
Chair Henio, excuse me, Chair Newton, your call is dropping, or it's not clear what you're saying. It's choppy. Maybe you need to get in a better position.
There's I could hear you earlier, but now I could barely hear you now. Shananta, I could barely hear you.
Okay. Now?
Seems that we might have lost Madam Chair. Okay. Call might have dropped.
Chair Henio, we also have the gaming enterprise, and also Stan Sapp is also from the hospitality enterprise. They're also on the call.
I understand that. But there is a legislation that's moving forward, and we'd like to hear from the sponsor as far as what the status is of that legislation.
Daniel, can you hear me?
With this, oh, there you go. I can hear you now.
Okay. Okay, perfect. I'm so sorry. I'm happy. So I hope I'm not coming in happier. Yes, sure. I am sponsoring a legislation to the reason for this is gaming originally had this problem. It had we were ready and set to go in 2019, and we were for the construction to begin.
Shananta, it's still really choppy. I don't think the committee is able to hear you.
Yeah, Chair, let me call in with my other phone, okay? Let me see if that my personal phone works.
Okay. While you're doing that, I'll move to the Eastern Agency Economic Development. That should give you time to call back in. Then after that, I'll come back to you, Shananta. Mr. Largo? John Largo, are you on the line?
Hello, Jamie. Hello, Jamie. Are you there?
Oh, yes, I'm here. I'll have you do your report, and then
Okay.
by the time you're done, Madam Chair, Charles Newton should be back on the line, and we'll go back to her report. So, Mr. Largo, you have the floor.
Okay, and if you don't mind, Mr. Henio, since I am the lead on the Tohajili project, I'll add that onto my report right now. It won't be too long.
Okay.
The first project we're working on is the Crown Point Hotel and Conference Center, and I have John Dagama on the line also. He called into the call. Basically, that's CSB Enterprises LLC, Navajo ownership, and you guys have my reports in front of you, I'm assuming, Mr. Chairman and the members of the committee. There's funding from Permit Trust Fund of $3.775 million. Also, funds from Navajo sales tax of $3.25 million for a total equity investment for the Navajo Nation of $7,025,000. There'll be a personal business loan from CSB Enterprises for $1.4 million for furniture, fixtures, equipment, and working capital for the hotel. CSB Enterprises has already invested $600,000 into the projects for pre-construction costs. That includes architectural design, engineering, appraisals, business plans, franchise agreement, etc. You see your report there. We do have all the clearances done, chapter support, business plan, pro formas. The business site lease has been approved. We have a franchise agreement with Choice Hotels, management agreement with Peak Hospitality, business loan with Navajo CDFI for A&E costs. So we had completed all the A&E. We had selected a contractor, and we were pretty much ready to go, move forward. We even advertised for bid, but we got held up, as you all know. We got held up because of the bank loan that was approved for the Dagamas for $9 million. So it just didn't work out where Nation couldn't see that the funds could be approved because we're using the bank wanted to use the building as collateral. So because of that, we had to change course, and controller and DOJ advised us just to go with the $7 million and build a 40-room hotel instead of a 72-room hotel. So that was what happened. So the CSB Enterprises had to go back and with their A&E firm and redesign a 40-room hotel. So you go to the second page, revised project activities. CSB Enterprises and their business consultant completed an updated feasibility study for a 40-room hotel. Their architect and engineer completed the redesign of the 40-room hotel. The revised loan documents were submitted to Native American Bank, and their loan was approved from Native American Bank for their FF&E and working capital of $1.4 million. So we have did an RFP, request for proposals, that was advertised. That's going to be advertised in February of this year. Then, as you see, upcoming activities, Native American Bank will work with BIE Credit Office on the 90% loan guarantee. Then we'll be selecting the general contractor, and once we do that, the AIA construction contract will go through the 164 review, and then after that, we'll start construction. So we are hoping these items move quickly through the process this spring, this fall, and this winter, late winter and early spring, that we could get construction started in the springtime. So that's where we're at with the hotel and conference center in Crown Point. You want me to go to my other two projects first, or do you have any questions, Mr. Chairman, on the hotel? guess I can continue on with the Crown Point.
Mr. Largo, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. I'll continue on with the C-Store, gas station, and laundromat. This project is owned by Thompson's Acquisitions, LLC, out of Church Rock, New Mexico, 100% Navajo-owned company. Permanent Trust Fund will fund $3.175 million, and then we have an additional amount from Navajo sales tax of $250,000. I have Alvin Thompson here with me to answer any questions regarding the C-Store project. Also, the total equity investment from the Navajo Nation is $3,425,000. Loan funds for equipment, inventory, and working capital will be $2 million. So the Thompsons will be submitting their loan requests to Native American Bank and another financial institution for $2 million for equipment, inventory, and working capital. Thompson's Acquisition has already invested $250,000 into the project for pre-construction costs that include A&E, appraisals, business plans, land clearances, etc. So we're able to get things done quicker when the tenant invests into the project ahead of time. All the necessary upfront activities were completed: land withdrawal, the land clearances, the chapter support, business plan, financial projections. The business site lease has been approved. Fuel agreement with Empire Petroleum. They got a loan from Navajo CDFI to help with A&E. Architectural design and engineering was complete, and a construction general contractor was selected. And we got all the permitting completed for utility and the roads going into the site. So same thing happened that occurred with the hotel. Thompsons had to revise their feasibility study because they had to downsize their convenience store, gas station, and they had to eliminate the laundromat because of the financing that wasn't available initially for the project. So their architect and engineer have completed their redesign of the C-Store and gas station, and these utility designs have been submitted to NTUA for final review. So we're working with NTUA right now as we speak to get their final review on all the utilities for the site, the revised drawings. So hopefully we'll have that soon because we've been working with them for the last 2 months now. So upcoming activities, the revised loan documents will be submitted to Native American Bank for the $2 million, and then we'll get the loan approval and 90% loan guarantee from BIA. The general contractor is completing the final cost breakdown for the AIA construction contract. So we're trying to nail down that amount that is available that we're going to be utilizing for the contract. Once that is done, then we can start the 160 for review on the AIA construction contract. After that, the general contractor will begin construction. And this project is pretty much. I'm thinking this project might start before the hotel during early spring. So, but we're pretty confident both projects will be started in the springtime, and we can start expending money from the Permanent Trust Fund ASAP. The third project that we're working on here in Eastern is the Twohajali convenience store, gas station, and laundromat. This project we're also working with Thompson's Acquisition, the Navajo-owned company. The amount from the Permanent Trust Fund is $4 million. The Thompsons will also be borrowing $2 million from the bank for equipment, inventory, and working capital. And they'll also invest $250,000 into the project for pre-construction costs that include A&E, appraisals, business plans, and land clearances. This project is a little behind the other projects because it was more recently, we more recently secured funding from Permanent Trust Fund for this project. But completed are the land withdrawal, the legal survey, archaeological clearance, environmental assessment. The appraisal has been completed. We have a chapter support resolution. the business plan and financial projections are completed. The Thompsons worked with Navajo CDFI, for A&E. That's a business loan, so they do have to pay that back. The A&E is in progress right now. We have a architect and engineer on board, and they're working on the A&E as we speak. Upcoming activities, of course, because the land is on band land, To'Hajiilee band land. It's called Kanesito Band of Navajo's band land. But we do have to work with the BIA and get a finding of no significant impact. So that's being, BIA has that right now, so hopefully we'll have that soon. We have the appraisal completed, so we will have to work with BIA. This won't be a standard Navajo Nation lease. It'll be a lease approved by the BIA because it's on band land. So we'll be working with them. We'll be meeting with the chapter officials next week to discuss a lot of these issues with the business site lease. Also working with Empire Petroleum on the fuel agreement. Once we get the engineering completed, the construction permitting from utility and road providers will be submitted, and Mr. Thompson will submit his loan documents to the financial institutions, and then I'll get those loan approvals, $2 million from the loan institution and the BIA credit office. After that, we'll develop the AIA construction contract, and then get a review from A 164 review of the contract, and we can start construction. So those are the three projects we're working on right now. I have Mr. John Dagama with CSB Enterprises on the line. He would be the tenant for the hotel project. And I also have Mr. Alvin Thompson on the line. He's the owner of Thompson's Acquisitions. He'll be the tenant for the Crown Point C-Store and the To'Hajiilee C-Store. So, Mr. Chairman, those are my reports, and if anybody has any questions for myself or the tenants, I'll leave that to them, unless Mr. Thompson and Mr. Dagama would like to say anything.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Largo, for that report. Floor is open for questions, committee members. Budget and Finance Committee, questions? Ms. Delga Bagay. Henyo. Shantel. Delga, I'm repeat gay, go ahead.
Henyo, this is Delga Bagay. Good morning. Yes, Ethan. I have a veterans meeting here at Dalcom Chapter 2. But thanks for the report. I just want to know that I know that what's the total cost sharing that they have that I think it's very important what kind of cost sharing they have. I know that I don't think that what is there a cost that's included in this is the operating cost of the KG regarding that. I think we need to go further than this giving money for economic development. I think we need to look at the operating costs. So like a pandemic, we're working through this pandemic and we're trying to at the same time trying to develop more economic development. Alcohol right now, you know that all what's going on with our even at Navajo Nation government, people don't want to go back to work, and the excuse is with it's pandemic and limited staff. I don't know if that with the turnovers through because of the pandemic. No, so even about this case, I think we need to look further to where what's the operating cost is going to be, where we're going to be getting this. Is it going to be I speak and not only there's something like big when this pandemic comes around, that nobody knows what to do. So we're just depending on ARPA funds and CARES funds and so probably I just keep those there. Maybe they need to show some analysis on it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator, for your questions. Mr. Largo?
Yes, sir. Yeah, thanks for that comment, question. And yeah, I wasn't totally sure what you were asking, but I'm assuming you're asking, the cost for what the Thompsons are going to be putting into the project, the operating costs, and like I was saying, they're going to be Mr. Dogma is investing $1.4 million. He's getting a personal loan, and he's already invested $600,000. So you're looking at $2 million, and then Thompson's for each project, he's putting in $4 million, and then so yeah, we've talked about that because the permanent trust fund is for construction, and we have discussed is there any way for the nation to add in more funds for these other costs, because these guys are having to go out and borrow millions of dollars to run and operate their businesses. But so far there aren't funds that are allocated in that respect. So if there is a possibility, I'm sure Mr. Dogma and Mr. Thompson would wholeheartedly accept that assistance from the nation, so they don't have to have these big business loans to take care of. But anything.
Yeah, Madam Chair, committee members of Budget and Finance, my name is Alvin Thompson, and what Mr. Largo has just mentioned is absolutely true. Is that we've run into some hiccups here with the controller's office, a little bit of backlash that's kind of held us up, and also with COVID. One of the other entities of other funding that we're looking at has been the ARPA funding. And if you really take a look at the application of ARPA funding, the ARPA funding says that some of the money that's invested is to help economic development. And it seems like DED from the Navajo Nation has already picked out projects that they do want to fund. And but I don't think it's fair, because it seems like they're helping out all the enterprises of the Navajo Nation. And part of the application states that from the Navajo Nation's point of view is that they're going to go ahead and help out all the enterprises of the Navajo Nation. And part of the application that we had filled out, and I'm waiting for my denial letter, but some of the other small businesses I know have been denied. And it's because they're saying that they're not enterprises of the Navajo Nation. But if you really take a look at what Mr. Largo brought up earlier, is that the monies that are being given to us, well, not given to us, but given to build the buildings, actually becomes property of the Navajo Nation. Both Mr. Daga and myself will never own these buildings. We're just the tenants. So, and part of my application, the letter I had written, was that if you would really take a look in theory, is that both Mr. Dogma and the Thompsons were actually enterprises of the Navajo Nation. And all we're doing is creating jobs and revenue for the Navajo Nation. Plus, we're going to be absorbing the cost of servicing debt as compared to, enterprises of the Navajo Nation. So that was part of my application. I mean, that was part of the answer that I gave to DOJ as to why we're asking for some of this funding. It would really be nice for Budget Finance or the delegates can kind of question that to see the fairness of the applications. because the application states that the monies are supposed to be used for long-term, solid investments for any businesses on any reservation. And that's the point we're trying to make right now. And I can speak for the Thompsons that we're very thankful for the money that is being invested into these projects. And it's sad that I had to take off the laundromat for Crown Point because that's a service that's really needed out there. And I'm going to go ahead and try to find some other type of funding to do that for our people out there who need these services, and we're kind of being ignored. So on that note, I'm going to go ahead and end and just say, well, thank you for everything that you're doing for us, and we're going to try to get these projects done as soon as we possibly can, hopefully with no more roadblocks that we receive within our own tribe. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Thompson, for your response to the concerns from the committee and how we could help Navajo entrepreneurs like yourself. And so with that, come back to the committee. Any further questions, comments?
Chair,
Budget Finance Committee. Who's this?
Chair, this is Dana Bobroff with Office of Legislative Counsel. Can I ask the last presenter a question?
Floor is open, Ms. Barba.
Thank you very much, and I apologize for interrupting your meeting. This is Dana Bobroff, Chief Legislative Counsel. I was curious if the last presenter would mind sharing the denial letter he got from the Department of Justice. I'm rather concerned that the Department of Justice would be denying projects. All they were supposed to be doing was making a determination whether the proposal met the criteria, the eligibility criteria of the FRF fund. So I am very interested in to see the actual verbiage of the Department of Justice's denial. So I was hoping that could be shared. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dana. Thank you for assisting with this, with your input. Vice Chair Smith, did I hear you?
Chair Henio, no, I don't have a question right off the.
Okay.
There you go.
I thought I heard somebody, but the staff, Mr. Largo, if you would work with Ms. Barba for her request, would that be possible?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to let you know that Mr. Dogama is the one that received the letter from DOJ. I don't know if it's actually a denial letter. I don't know if that's the correct term. I know maybe Mr. John Dogma, are you on the line right now? John Dogma.
Mr. Largo, if you would just work with Ms. Barba, we need to get to the agenda.
Okay, yeah, well, I'll work with her. I'll work with Ms. Bobroff, and we'll get you that letter for that was submitted from DOJ to CSB Enterprises, Ms. Bobroff.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated.
Welcome.
Okay. Thank you. If there are no further questions for Mr. Largo and Eastern RBDO, let's move forward to the Shipwreck Hotel project. If there are no questions, Shantel, Madam Chair Charleston, are you back on the line with us? Madam Chair, Regina Charleston. Okay, with that, let's continue with the Shiprock Hotel project. Mr. Parrish. Mr. Brian Parrish.
Honorable Chairman Henio, yes, sir.
Okay, we're on the Shiprock Hotel project, and maybe let the committee know where gaming is on this project, as at the present time, Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise is still listed as the recipient for these funds.
Mr. Chairman, sir, thank you. Members of the Budget and Finance Committee and Permanent Trust Fund Oversight Committee, thank you for your time. For the NNGE, Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise, and the Shiprock Hotel project, what we've done is at the request of the Permanent Trust Fund Committee, we approached our board about passing a resolution to officially relinquish responsibility for the Shiprock Hotel project, so that project could be transferred to the Navajo Hospitality Enterprise. That resolution was considered and passed by the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise Board of Directors. We then proceeded to work with the Navajo Nation Office of the Controller and also Department of Justice, as well as the DED, Navajo Nation Division of Economic Development, and also the Hospitality Enterprise, Mr. and Mrs. Sapp, to transfer documentation and information over to DED and Hospitality so that they could start taking over the project. That included all the documentation, the marketing assessments, everything that was done preliminarily for business site leases and site preparation and planning and things like that. So all those documents have been turned over to the DED. In terms of financing, there were two sources of financing that the NNGE were going to receive on the project. One was $8.3 million from the Permanent Trust Fund, and the other was $2.8 million from the Navajo Nation Division of Economic Development Sales Tax Fund. We received a drawdown of $805,000, I believe, from one of those funds, just so we could start preliminary site work and design and architecture work on it. However, we did not expend any of that money. So the rest of those funds, we did not take any other drawdowns. What we did was we returned the $805,000 back to the Navajo Nation. We did not spend any dollars from either one of those two funds, and all funds have been returned back to the Navajo Nation. So at this point in time, Mr. Chairman, we believe we've satisfied all the action steps required of us to transfer the project, return the finances back to the Navajo Nation, and then also officially relinquish responsibility for the project per that resolution from our board. Mr. Chairman, sir, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parrish, for that update from the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise. Madam Chair, Townsend, are you back on the line with us? Okay, Navajo Nation Hospitality Enterprise, are you on the call?
Yeah, this is Stan Sapp, CEO of the Hospitality Enterprise. Good morning.
Go ahead, Mr. Sapp.
Yeah, so I'll just add on to what Mr. Parrish said, that everything had been transferred, everything's been moving as well as could be expected without the funding related to the project. The chairwoman, Eugenia, was going to speak to the exact status of the legislation. It's 0258-21. It went before Budget and Finance right before the winter session, but it was not put on the winter session agenda. And as regarding, we're doing all we can to keep the project moving, even without the funding being put in place yet, and the legislation putting it in within our responsibility. There's a few items related to getting the land withdrawal done, the cultural compliance form and which will take a few months. We want to get the clock started on that. But essentially, that's the main thing that would hold us up once the funding's approved. So, well, when it does get before council, we have a time frame in that legislation where we can hopefully hit the ground running and get moving very quickly with actually getting something built there and getting some dirt moving.
So thank you, Mr. Sapp, for that update. Back to first call, Ms. Shantel, Madam Chair, Charleston. Okay, I think she's still out of range. With that, Shantel, Budget and Finance Committee, any questions, comments on the Shiprock Hotel project? And also be mindful that there is a legislation moving through council regarding this subject of transferring the reins from gaming enterprise to hospitality enterprise, along with request for added funds. So that, if there are no questions, comments from the committee, we'll move on to the Shantel. Vice Chair Smith, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Henio. Thank you for the report on the Shiprock. Yes, there is a legislation, and they're transferring the, I guess, workload over from gaming to hospitality. And right now, we're talking about the permanent trust fund. Is that also inclusive in that? Because I think I saw in that legislation a little over $2 million is being requested, and that's within the Shiprock's endeavors to get their hotel in that area. The other concern too I keep hearing is that it's right in a floodplain zone, 100-year floodplain, and we're getting close to 100 years again. It was reported by the former superintendent of Natani Nez. That's how he got his name. I forget his name, but that's what they called him. And he had a market down in there, and he says, yeah, go ahead and utilize that area. And upstream, it was starting to flood, and people were saying, you better move out. And some moved out and some didn't. And when they didn't move out, the ones that didn't move out, it went through there and it just devastated the whole flood zone. I guess that's like a oxbow. That oxbow was finally filled up with water. I think that's where this Shiprock hotel and restaurant is going to be. But what I see on the form that OMB had provided, it has a business unit number, and it has the amount of $5.5 million. And I think I heard Brian Parrish say that everything was returned back. So is that what we're looking at, is $5.5 million in order to get that Shiprock hotel? It's a good idea, but it's a bad idea to put it in a flood zone. I wish they would maybe look at a different location, because if we invest that much money and a flood comes through there and takes the whole hotel out, and that's a big loss on the Navajo Nation side of $5.5 million. That's my question on that, because there's no monies expended according to the OMB Permit Trust Fund as of January 11, 2022, under the CAP 1916 Exhibit A. There's zero, it says the expended of total, expense of total. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith, for your question. Mr. Sapp, do you have a response for Vice Chair Smith's question?
Yes, I do. So the 5.5 was just the one particular year of the funding out of the permanent trust fund. The total, I believe, was about 8.3 million. It is outlined in the legislation and then with additional fundings for costs we think to be incurred. It's going to take significant utility upgrade to get to the site. Regarding the major item Vice Chair Smith brought up was the floodplain. And when I stand there too, it looks a little low to me. So to answer your question, we'll leave that to the engineers though. Brian may have more on it on the site selection, but we need someone more than an expert on than that on that. We'll turn it over to the engineers and see what they say. But again, we're not going to put it at risk on a floodplain. And sometimes an engineer would tell you, well, it's just a matter of money to raise the site, right, and make it safe. But that may make it cost prohibitive to proceed too. But again, we're not that far along on that. So let me ask Brian if was anything done on your end, because and see if he has any input.
Mr. Chairman, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Sapp. Mr. Brian Parrish.
Mr. Chairman, sir, thank you. Stan, good to hear your voice, sir. Thank you for the question. Mr. Chairman, if I may, I'd like to defer this question to Ms. Mary West. She's our Executive Director of Development. She's intimately aware of the details associated with the site location and can speak to this floodplain issue directly. Mr. Chairman, sir, thank you.
Yes, go ahead, Brian.
Ms. Mary?
Yatea Bene, thank you very much. This is Mary West, Executive Director of Development for the Navajo Nation Gaming Enterprise, and was overseeing working with the chapter for actually almost 3 years to get the site selection resolved. There were 4 potential sites. 3 of them were eliminated. This was the only remaining site option that was available at the time for the Shiprock Hotel and Restaurant that met the requirements for being on the highway, to have the visibility and have access already there. So we didn't have the expenditure for all the access. And as for specifically, and all the clearances were done and the turnover of the land from the BIA SARS over to the Navajo Nation actually just occurred just prior to when we were asked to transfer the project. So as for the floodplain, that was the #1 priority study to do. We did not do that study because we had not received any funding for the project until we got the $805,000 which was only a few weeks before the the pandemic hit. So, but we surveyed everybody we could talk to about information about what they did know about it. We had the Wells Fargo's bank is there, you know, of course, the fire department is located there. And also the work that was already being done by the Division of Economic Development to place the work that they did with Dyron Murphy Architects to do the construction documents for the facility being to be built by DED next to the hotel, which is the visitor center. And when I conferred with Dyron Murphy to find out, I said, you know, in terms of geotechnical studies and the final floodplain, and he said, we're about to do that as well, but we're on hold also because of COVID. So what we had discussed was doing it jointly to floodplain that whole area, not only for our reasons, but for any other further use by DED with the SARS turning over. I can tell you that informally what I learned through discussing the floodplain risk is to an area, and this isn't speaking with the BIA that had occupied that area for probably over 50 years, and that the floodplain risk was way down by the San Juan River, where there is a development that had started that was not completed, that was for an RV park down there. And that was the area of the land that fell below what they thought were the floodplain lines. But when you got all the way up on the other side of the 37 acres located up by the highway, the highway people that when they, you know, on the highway, I took a look at NMDOT to find out what was the situation of the highway and the highway right of way, which is exactly where this lined up with, is up there. And there were no concerns about floodplain up in that area. Now, granted, that is not a floodplain study, but we reached out to find the information, and there was very low risk up, way up on the highway, by the Wells Fargo Bank, which is the area that we were looking at. But as you got closer and closer and closer down by the San Juan River, especially when you got down to the area where that RV park was being planned, and some of the electrical work had already been done to put that in, that was definitely a floodplain area risk. So that is usually the very first study that is done just before you do the civil work. And I am sure that STANSAP has that as probably the priority study to be completed. So that's the information that we had available to pass on. So for that reason, on the request of the chapter, we were going to go forward and conduct all the geotechnical floodplain study as a first priority. And that's what the architect works with a structural engineer, and then creates the structural plan. We ran into the same thing on Fire Rock, Navajo Casino Resort. You know, we built the site up anywhere from 17 to 15 feet with the imported dirt that we brought in. And then we created a structural plan on those pilings that took into consideration the floodplain risk. Thank you very much. Stan, you should call me if you would like to discuss further anything about the details of that.
Thank you, Ms. West, for that explanation.
Of course.
Just back to the committee, Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments?
Chair Henny, I've got a quick question.
Vice Chair Smith. Great.
Thank you, Ms. West. However, I understand that gaming is no longer going to be part of this, but does hospitality have the insight of that being a floodplain? Because I was looking at the history of the Shiprock area, and the superintendent at the time was William Shelton, and he was very adamant about not having the vendors move, and some of the vendors didn't listen to him, and they moved their materials to higher ground, and it was the worst flood they've ever experienced. As a matter of fact, the water crested up to the eaves of the houses. It was the worst flood in the valley history, and it washed out the bridge, and that's going to be something that may just a time when. It is the time of when will this happen again? Because right now we're in a drought season and the water level is normal capacity. We have the mountains northeast of us, and that's why they call it Twukha. There's two rivers, that Animas and also the San Juan River, merge together up further north. And when it comes down, I've seen it during the time when springtime in Farmington, and it runs pretty high, but it doesn't crest over the, I guess, the levees, you could say. And just something that is just a matter of time that this will happen. And this hospitality, since they're going to take over, I guess that's the question. Are they going to investigate more into this? Because it's a big investment. And yes, it's going to create economic development, it's going to create jobs and things like that. But down the road, we finish it, we complete it, and here comes Mother Nature. And there's no way of stopping Mother Nature. You've seen on the news and also in the weather report and what Mother Nature can do. And it's just a ticking time bomb, I guess you could say. Is hospitality going to look further into this and make sure that all avenues are covered and ensure that the investment is not going to be, I guess you could say, down the drain? And that's the concern I have. Thank you, Chair Hennion.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. Mr. Sapp?
Yes, thanks, Chairman. Yeah, Vice Chair Smith, the answer is absolutely. That's just a like a step one, as Mary West pointed out. So a floodplain study will be done. We just haven't commissioned one yet without the funding. So that's really it, Chair. And unless there's something you need in writing or something, let it to kind of assure the committee what will happen on it.
I don't know if we lost our chair. This is Vice Chair Smith. I appreciate that, and do really look into that, because that is a big investment. I appreciate that. Committee members, I think we may have lost our chair for now. Is there any other questions pertaining to the report? Chair Henio, you're back with us? Committee members, any questions regarding this report on the Shiprock Hotel? If not, go ahead and move forward on the permanent trust agenda. Next on the agenda is, I think we were waiting for Chairwoman Eugenia Charles Newton. Are you on board with us? Shada, on the agenda, I think we did number 3, right?
Now you are on Shantel Hotel.
Okay, moving forward, committee members of the Budget and Finance, the Permit Trust Fund 5-year expenditure plan, and the citizen projects. Let's move on to number 4. Do we have presenters for number 4? Shantel Hotel, $6 million, second and third year. Please identify yourself.
Good morning, everyone. This is Tony Perry with Economic Development.
Good morning,
Vice
Tony.
Chair.
You have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair Smith and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. We also have a representative from the local community there, Shantel chapter and all. Just real briefly, the construction is in progress on the hotel. We started back in late October of last year, and right now we're concentrating on the foundation, importing engineered fill to the site, and trying to concentrate on the footing itself and the actual footprint of the building. So we're in the initial stages of construction. Once that's done, then you'll see more activity out there at the site. We're about 20% complete in terms of the overall project, and we're excited. The committee is excited, and everyone's excited. So we appreciate all the help and assistance from the Budget and Finance Committee and the monies that were made available through the Permit Trust Fund. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Tony Perry, for that report. At this point in time, do you have any other agents that would like to speak on this behalf before I turn the floor over to the committee members? Mr. Perry?
Yeah.
Good morning. This is Elizabeth. Go ahead, Mr.
Good morning, Tony. Do you want Melissa to go ahead and speak on this?
Yeah, yeah, go ahead, Liz.
Okay. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. This is Elizabeth Whitethorn Benally, the governance manager here at Shantel Community Governance, Shantel chapter. Yeah, Kodosha is Agi, Budget and Finance and the Oversight, the BTF Committee. Yat Kore Shanto de Ya Njono de Stu. Da shouldn't discuss. Just to restate that what Mr. Perry reported, 20% complete. It's exciting. We drive by there every day. The site contractor leveled out the pad. Ado Red Mountain surveying, staked out their grid points. Ado the layout for the elevator pit and the column-based footing. All anchor bolts have been obtained and are on site. The forming of the elevator pit and import of more dirt from the local borrow pit will continue next week. Although the electricians are mobilizing and they have installed their storage container on site, although meetings with the plumbing contractors have begun, other job applications are available here at Shantel Administration. They can be picked up here. They can be submitted by email to Woodruff and Benally, or fax, or in person at the site. I believe it's from 10 to 12 every Wednesday, and also in their offices at Woodruff Benally Construction in Flagstaff, Arizona. Thank you for allowing me to speak, and good morning to everybody. Ashiha.
Back to Mr. Tony Perry. Does that conclude your report?
Yes. Vice Chair Smith, yes, that completes the report.
Goshe, thank you very much, Mr. Tony Perry, and also Mrs. Elizabeth Whitethorn for bringing this to our attention, the Permanent Trust Fund. Committee members of the Budget Finance, is there any questions? Committee members, I don't hear anybody asking any questions, so may I proceed and ask a question?
To the Chairman, Delegate, this is Delegate Yell here.
Che.
Oh, excuse me. That is too. Okay, that is too. See, the report from Shantel, engineer, that going on, looks at that project is going on schedule because of all these funding that were part for a permanent trust fund for business development. They were really impacted by COVID and pandemics. We might have to be as a council to extend some years for them to, so it's not their fault. Craigie, Shanto, yeah, because it's in engineer. It only about this too. Yeah, Vice Chair.
Thank you for that comment and support for the Shantel Retail Hotel. My question to Tony Perry and also Elizabeth Whitethorn. I understand that it's under construction, and I haven't been up that way for a while, so I'm sure that it's underway. But what year are we talking about to be finally completed? And because for us to be going to Lachi, we have a meeting up in Lachi area, and for hotels up in Page area, and this would be ideal to at least stay 60 miles away or 45 miles away from the Chi area, that proximity. So that's my question. Back to you, Mr. Tony Perry.
Thank you for the question, Vice Chair Smith, and also the comment by Delegate Yellowhair. we are anticipating that construction will finish December of this year. If there isn't any delay, but the actual opening may be until March of next year. It'll take that long to prepare for the inside, meaning the fixtures and furnishing that has to come in. So those are the target date. Thank you.
Agushi, thank you for that answer on Mr. Tony Perry. Back to committee members. Any questions regarding the Shantel Hotel and Restaurant project? I'm not hearing any. So, Chair Henny, are you with us this morning? Are you back online?
Chairman, Vice Chair.
Yes. Who's speaking?
This is Odo. Oye, been going in and out with signal this morning, so I deal with that. Thank you.
Okay, just for the record, we have Vice Chair Otto So with us from Law and Order listening in. That'll be noted as he's partaking of the permit trust fund. Okay, Lashamela for listening in. Is there any questions for Mr. Perry or Ms. Elizabeth Whitethorn? That's indeed. So we'll go ahead and move forward on the agenda. Shada, what do we have next on the agenda? I'm trying to look through my computer here. I'm jumping back and forth from the Permit Trust Fund OMB report, and it's kind of a little awkward here.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is the water line projects, 130.7 million. That's number 5. I believe that there is a feral horse meeting that's going on at the same time. So maybe, I'm not sure if Jason John is back on the call, but maybe one of the team members could help go over the report. I'm not sure who they appointed to do that report. Vice Chair.
Shada, thank you for that on behalf of the Permit Trust Fund's agenda. Number 5, engagement. Water project, 130.7 million, first through 4 years. Do we have Jason John or someone from the water resources to provide this report? Second call for the water projects, Mr. Jason John or someone that's been delegated to speak on this behalf. Second call. Third call for the water projects at 130.7 million. Jason John. Last and final call. We don't have anybody present that. So once they come back on board, we'll see if we can come back to number 5. And we'll move forward to number 6.
Okay.
On the agenda.
Vice Chair, on the water projects, I did forward to everyone the report from the water on the water projects at 10:31. So you should have received that email. Now we have Wheatfields Ag Project is the next project.
Okay, Shada. Committee members, we have an email that was sent to us at 10:31 detailing the report for waters, or the water projects. We're at number 6, yeah, on the agenda. Northern Agency Ag Project. Do we have any sponsor or presenter regarding this Permit Trust Fund report and the Sihasin projects?
Good morning. This is Gilbert Harrison. Can anybody hear me?
Can hear you loud and clear, Gilbert Harrison.
Thank you very much. This is Gilbert Harrison. I'm the project manager for the Northern Navajo Ag Project. Ado Kehela, thank you very much, members of the BNF committee and staff members and others online. We were given $4.5 million for the Northern Ag projects. And I did submit a written report to the BNF committee, and that pretty much contains all the status of our projects. I don't know if you guys have received it or not, but if not, I can go through very quickly and highlight where we are on some of these projects. What the heck?
Goshi, thank you, Mr. Gilbert Harrison, for being here to present that. I don't see it on the email. Maybe Peggy received it and does have it. I'm trying to look for the 1031 email too. I don't see. There is a budget, finance, and water projects that was submitted. So, committee members, I think that's what Mr. Gilbert Harrison's talking about. Shada, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. I just barely sent the Northern Ag report at 11, probably 11:05, 11:04. So that should be coming through to everyone that's on this call.
Thank you, Shada. It is on. I just opened it up. It's at 11:06 a.m. The Permit Trust Fund for the Northern Ag Agency. You may proceed, Mr. Gilbert Harrison. We do have the copies of your report. You have the floor. Mr. Harrison, you still with us on the meeting?
Excuse me, what was that question again?
It wasn't a question. We did receive the narrative report that you sent, and since you're presenting this, you have the floor to present the Northern Agency Agriculture projects.
Okay, I'll go very briefly. The Northern Agricultural Project, we were approved for 10 projects through the PTF that was presented to the program, to the Budget and Finance Committee. And initially, we were scheduled to complete in 2020. However, we were extended to September 30, 2023. So we did have an extension of the program to 2023, and which I think is sufficient. Our allocation came in two packages. The first one was $3 million. And the second one was 1.5. Our program has been allocated both funds for a total of 4.5 million. Item number 2 here said Hopback Diversion Safety Catwalk. This project is on hold right now because the Bureau of Reclamation is doing some work where this project is going to go. And so we're trying to get them to maybe absorb this project into their program. And that's an ongoing discussion. Basically, it's a catwalk to provide safety for our employees. So again, we're working with BOR to see if we can get them to handle this project. Item number 3, irrigation management study. This is a big study that we're just now finishing the scope of work to put out for bidding. What we're doing is up and down the valley here, from Upper Fruitland to Ninahanzat to Hallback, Shiprock, Kariai. We're putting together a proposal to do an inventory of all the farms. We have over 1,000 farms, but some of them over the years are just now idle. Some of them are being encroached by home sites and corrals, but we don't have a real good idea what the status of our farms is in the valley here. As you know, BIA has control over the land use permits, but because of the shortage and all of those things, their records are not up to date on what the status of each one of these farm plots is. So the idea is to do a survey, come out with the latest status of the land, of the farms, because many of the farms are now home sites. So that needs to be completely identified and put the records reconcile. So that's the thing that we're doing on the irrigation management. On our report, number 4, convert earthen ditches to underground. One of the things that's really been the problem in trying to continue farming is that all our ditches are being overrun by weeds, debris, trees, and whatnot. So we're now undertaking a project to put a lot of these, especially in the laterals, underground, so they don't. There's no water for weeds to start growing, and it's easier to maintain and irrigate. So hopefully that when we do some of this, that we'll be able to get more farms back into production. Otherwise, it's just we're just being run over by trees and weeds and stuff, and we do lose a lot of water to evaporation and non-productive plants. So hopefully we conserve water and we make it easier for our farmers to irrigate. Number 5, Kariai alternate irrigation water source. Kariai is the last farm area on the Hallback irrigation system. If there's anything that happens either in Hallback or in Shiprock, where the main irrigation system has to be shut down, then there's no water for Kariai because we're at the end of the line. So we're going to do some investigation into seeing, is there a way to get an alternative water source, or is there methods that we can do to the Hallback irrigation system so we don't have to have all those big problems. So that's an ongoing study too. We have 6 is a canal fencing. 2 areas. The main irrigation system goes right through the community, the schools. One is the Shiprock School, and the other is up at the Hallback. So what we want to do is we want to put some fencing up, and so that we prevent people, animals, even vehicles from going into the main ditch. Because during the summer, when we have the main irrigation ditch on, there's about 5 feet of water in that that irrigation ditch, and it's going pretty fast. And once if you fall in, it's hard to get back out. So we want to provide a safety fence along those 2 sections of the main canal. Number 7, canal lining. we have one big project going that's up in Ninanzad. Well, between Ninanzad and Upper Fruitland. We have the part of the main ditch that runs right along the bluff. It's the middle way up and down, halfway up and down the bluff area. So it snakes along the bluff. And about 4 years ago, there was a breach in there. And the irrigation ditch broke, and the system was down for about a month while they were trying to repair that section. So what we're doing is we're going to go ahead and clean it up. We're going to put, instead of taking an open ditch, we're putting it into a pipeline system. So there's no possibility of water seeping out or some other way to endanger and cause another breach. So we have the materials all procured. Now we're working on a contract to have this work done during the winter months, this coming winter months, not now, but next winter months when the water is off. So we're going to be able to get that cleaned up pretty good. Number 8, Upper Fruitland Canal Rehabilitation. There are 2 areas where we need to do some irrigation work, because sometimes the water backs up and we have overflow and it flows into the water and elsewhere. So we need to put a stop to that. And then one of the drainages, use the drainage, drain silt and all of that got washed out, and that needs to be repaired. So we're undertaking all of those. Number 9, Area 7 Development Study. About 10 miles west of Shiprock, along the San Juan River, the Navajo Nation withdrew 2,500 acres of land. Way back in the 60s, it was used, before NAPI came along, it was used to start a farming area and also a sheep ranch area. So that started, and then when NAPI opened up in the Farmington area, that land was abandoned and given back to the nation. And NAPI moved their whole operation up to Farmington area. Anyway, this land has sort of gotten overrun by weeds, and all the infrastructure has been sort of damaged and neglected. So we're doing a study now to see what can be done with that 2,500 acres, and what needs to be done to redevelop that into a usable land. Because we need to make sure that all our lands are used economically, and the water associated and the water allocated to the Navajo Nation from the San Juan River is utilized as much as possible. So that's what we're doing. And then I guess the last one here is the Shiprock Irrigation Department's been approved through this PTF to purchase some much needed equipment. And we've got most of them. I think the last one is now being prepared for procurement. So with that, they should have some newer equipment that they can use to clean the ditches, maintain the irrigation for the farmers. And so we're moving along pretty good. And I think we have about 1.5 years left on this program. We should be able to spend the money within this 1.5 years and pretty much use up all the money. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Is that the extent of your report, or is there more?
This is the end of my report. Okay. I'm sorry. This is Gilbert. all my detailed information is in my monthly report, and I submitted that to BNF for their information. Thank you.
Thank you for that. We have that report in front of us. It goes to number 12. There's 11 and number 12. That's what I was asking. But at any rate, appreciate the report on behalf of the presentation, Mr. Harrison. Committee members of the Budget Finance, is there any questions? I don't hear any questions for this report here. Appreciate your time and your efforts, and may you continue to proceed and utilize this funding as it has been appropriated, and utilizing the tools and what is needed to continue your irrigation and your irrigation projects up in the Northern Agency. And I don't know, Finnegy. Moving forward, since we have no questions from the committee members, number 7, Wheatfields Ag Project, $3 million, second year, $2 million for the 5th year. Do we have a presenter for the Wheatfields Agricultural Project?
This is Elvira Litzen. I am representing the Saley Wheatfields Denell water users. Just to make sure that you all can hear me, can you all hear me?
Yes, can hear you loud and clear. You may proceed now, Ms. Litzen.
Okay, thank you so much, Honorable Chair and Navajo Nation Council delegates and the Budget and Finance Committee. Thank you for giving me the floor and allowing me to share my presentation. I have emailed Ms. Peggy Nakai a report back on January 19th. We were on the agenda and put on the very end of the agenda that day, and I provided a report to her thinking it was this meeting. So I hope that she was able to disseminate that to all of you. However, I will go ahead and proceed. I am the delegated manager for the Wheatfields Agriculture Project. I have been with the organization since November of 2017. The project actually commenced on, I believe, July of 2017 is when the organization received the initial drawdown for the year 1 in the amounts of $1,961,916.12. That was for year 1, which would be considered 2017. However, the funding came through until July of 2017. And we provided reports to the Budget and Finance Committee as well as to the Division of Natural Resource, as we have agreed to with the memorandum of agreement with the Division of Natural Resource being our oversight, which has been a continued issue, and it still is an issue to this day. We have had several meetings directed by Budget and Finance outside of the Budget and Finance meeting with several entities, including the Natural Resource Committee, the DOJ, OMB, all facilitated by our delegate, Mr. Carl Slater. Unfortunately, those issues have still not been resolved. We have only received year 1 and year 2 drawdowns, which were to cover 2017 and 2018. And as you all know, we are in 2022 right now, and we still lack 4 years, 3 years of, let's see, 4 years of funding. So as of December 2020, we reported to Budget and Finance as well as Division of Natural Resources that we had completely
monthly report that I gave to Tarek. I just send it to them. Here it is.
Excuse me, please mute your phone.
We're in the
Tournament Trust Fund. Please mute your phone. Sorry about that, Ms. Lutzen. Could you proceed?
Okay. As I was saying, we are 4 years behind in funding, and the same issues that we are having with reporting requirements with our oversight, the Deputy Director, Mrs. Vanjie Curley Thomas, we still have not, nothing has been resolved to this day, unfortunately. And therefore, the project has been, it's at a complete standstill as of December of 2020. We have expended the year 1 and year 2 funds. So we, like I have said, we have done our part, our due diligence. We have obligated ourselves and our time to DNR and all of the entities that were supposed to be in partnership with us and assist us in these matters. Right now, we have not even heard anything at all from any entities. I've seen a couple of emails going back and forth with DOJ and our farm board, and we are just being neglected as an organization here. And our delegate Slater has tried to intervene and tried to assist us since 2019, since his inception of his duties as a delegate for our community. Like I said, it's very unfortunate that we have not been able to utilize our fundings. Our organization is at a complete standstill. We have several outside grants that is stringing us along, but thus far, most of our staff has been they've been laid off. So we're just waiting on DNR, DOJ, OMB to give us some feedback, to give us some oversight, and we've been pleading with the Budget and Finance Committee to assist us with this as well. And so far, nothing has come to our attention, and we're glad that we are back on the agenda here. And the last report that we provided as far as financial reports and the project's progress report was back in December of 2020, because that was when our funds were completely expended. And it's very unfortunate because we were doing very well with a lot of the projects. We were a lot of the idling farm plots were back into production. We were getting a lot of community members to come aboard and participate in this project. We had started to develop a watershed management plan with several partnerships, key partnerships such as University of Arizona. We've got some very good outside grants that were willing to participate with this watershed management plan. As you all know, Saley, Wheatfields, we have the lakes here. We're one of the last communities that have perennial streams that we are trying to conserve, and therefore the watershed management plan was really taking off, and just with the permanent trust fund and all these issues that we have incurred, like I said, all those things have completely come to a halt. We've also developed a tribal plant nursery in partnership with Diné College. The nursery is actually constructed right now, but it is not in operation due to this circumstance with PTF. The tribal plant nursery, our vision there was to provide cultural food, cultural plants, medicinal herbs, medicinal plants, medicinal food. That was our vision there. And right now that's kind of at a standstill due to this circumstance here. We were also able to renovate an abandoned NTUA water hauling site within our community, which I believe we've conducted a study. There's 11 communities on the Navajo Nation that utilize this water hauling site. And during the summers, the study indicated that just to get water at that water hauling site, it took an approximately 6 to 8 hour wait just to haul water, just to get water from that site. And there's really no other options within our community. So we were able to get some outside grants and renovate the site. And right now the current wait time is about 30 minutes. So that is a huge success that we celebrated about 2 years ago. And there's some minor renovations that need to happen there. We were able to rehabilitate some earthen dams within the community. We are improving irrigation infrastructures for some farmlands within our community. So, like I said, we were doing so well, and this dilemma with our funding not being drawn down, with us not being able to get this money drawn down to us, we are just now, like right now, I'm practically just volunteering my time. I have 2 other staff that also, we just work part-time, and we are volunteering our time because we are dedicated to our community. We went and got our education off the reservation and came back to help our community within whatever capacity we could. And it's just very unfortunate that, we just can't get this resolved. So I'm pleading with the Council Budget and Finance Committee to assist us with getting these monies drawn down so that we can complete our projects. And also, one big key factor with Division of Natural Resource, our Deputy Director, who is supposed to be assisting us, I'm not sure if these rumors are true, but Mrs. Vanjie Curley Thomas has retired, and we have not received any type of information, any type of communication since December of 2020. So that is where we are right now. And I plead with the Navajo Nation Council and the Budget and Finance Committee to please assist us. And I'm hoping Council Delegate Slater is on the line. He has been well aware of all of our situations every step of the way, and he's been trying to assist us, but we just cannot seem to get this resolved. So, Chair, thank you for your time, and if you have any questions, I will be happy to answer. Thank you.
Kushe, thank you, Ms. Litzen, for the in-depth report and where you're standing at with the Saley Water, Diné Water users of the funds that were allocated. There was 2 initial drawdown. You said that it was one 1.7 million. The letter that you sent, it's $1,793,309.94 in September of 2017. The other was another drawdown of $608,148.14 that was provided that February 2019. Committee members, this is a report that was provided to us and was provided to RDC. At this point in time, do we have Honorable Slater with us? Delegate Slater, are you on board, Vice Chair?
Yeah, Taisha Chair. Thank you very much for recognizing me, and thank you to Ms. Litson for the report. My question right now is if the Division of Natural Resources and the Department of Justice are on the line. I think it was Brian Curley Chambers who was working on the grant agreement. And I think just to underscore, it's been incredibly slow moving. I think we had resolved to move to the grant agreement model at the beginning or middle of this past year. And I saw in some email traffic that there was a draft of one put together, but DOJ was waiting for DNR to fill in some of the details. But another concerning item that I saw was that DNR wanted to relinquish oversight over the project, or maybe I should say involvement in the drawdown process. And if that's the case, then the committee or someone needs to provide guidance on who would be the entity to take over that responsibility. So I just hope that DOJ or DNR are on the line.
Satsui, Honorable Vice Chair Slater. Division of Natural Resources, our Division of Department of Justice, rather. Are you on the call with us this morning?
Yes, this is Robert Allen from the Navajo Nation Division of Natural Resources.
Good morning, Mr. Allen, with the Division of Natural Resources, Principal Attorney. You have the floor on behalf of the concern that was brought forth by Ms. Litson, also Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Well, we have been in contact with the Department of Justice, and they did approve the use of the grant agreement set forth in the budget instruction manual. But the next question is, what the request was in the past was that if the Water Users Association or the Farm Board could make approval over drawdowns and expenditures, and we would process the rest of the paperwork for payment and the budget, getting an approved budget so that a unit number can be assigned. Well, DOJ has asked us several very important questions as to whether or not we want to continue to be responsible for it or who will we assign. Those questions are under consideration at the moment, and no final decision has been made by the Division of Natural Resources. We've had discussions here, and we hope to come to some sort of decision in the next few weeks. That's what I can report at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Robert Allen, for that information provided on behalf of the DOJ and where this is going, and the question that was posed and who's going to take over, or if that's who's going to be reassigned to this project, and also the determination within the next few weeks should be coming forth. Do we have Department of Justice on board?
Good morning. This is Brian with the Department of Justice. I'm currently working with DNR on this issue, the grant agreement specifically.
Good morning, Brian. Do you have anything to add to this on behalf of the concerns that were brought forth by Saley, Wheatfields, and a water user, and also Vice Chair Slater?
No, I don't have anything specific to add to what Robert Allen just reported. We are still waiting on the specifics of what decisions Robert Allen mentioned. So as soon as we have that information, we can put the grant agreement in place and have this move forward.
Appreciate that, Brian. What's your last name, Brian? Brian, for the record, what's your last name?
My name is Brian Curley Chambers. I work specifically with the Navajo Nation Department of Justice, the Natural Resources Unit.
Well, thank you very much for that identification. Committee members of Budget and Finance, do you have any questions regarding this report here?
Mr. Smith, Chair, also.
Hello, Shantel. Let's see if we have anybody from Budget and Finance. Then I'll put you in the queue. At this point in time, Budget and Finance Committee members, is there any questions or concerns regarding this report? I'm not hearing any, so I'll go ahead and turn the floor over to Honorable Vice Chair Otto. You have the floor.
Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair, though, members of the Budget Finance Committee, and just listening to the report given by the presenter for the Wheatfields, and then listening to Honorable Slater speaking about the issues that they're facing. But one of my concerns that I just got is that her plea for the Navajo Nation contact. And we know that Benji, the deputy director for DNR, has retired. And we haven't seen, if it's 2020, oh my gosh, the communication effort from DNR to the organization. I wonder where that communication lies and who is the contact person, because Mr. Ellens, yeah, he works for DNR, but he's the attorney. He's not the professional staff to provide that technical aspect. So maybe in a matter of the PTF committee here, subcommittee, you really need to get answers from DNR, who that contact person is. We heard Department of Justice speak earlier too. Department of Justice is not a farmer. He's not a rancher. He's one of our attorneys there, and he won't be out there helping the organization. So the plea that the organization is requesting the contact in person from DNR is really needed, and for this project to move forth and help meet their deadlines, because the deadlines are very, very important. Maybe they're not communicating. I don't know what DNR is doing, but I know they're gonna sugar coat it up and put a icing on there and put a cherry on top and say, oh yeah, we're working with them. But just by hearing the response from the lady that made the presentation, it really looks like they're needing that guidance and that help. And because these people in DNR, we pay them. The Navajo people pays their salary. The Navajo people pays Mr. Allen's salary. So even now,
Commissioner Shantel, thank you for that comment and also the observation on what's taking place with the permanent trust fund. Yes, we're trying to get these projects moving forth and trying to help out with Honorable Vice Chair Carl Slater and Ms. Litson to get the rest of the funds and find out where the hang-up is. So, Shada, could you set up a meeting to have DNR come to forth with us on the next BNF meeting? I think would be the 15th regarding this issue. There's a letter that was presented to us on January 19, 2022, which outlines and is directed to Budget and Finance Committee and the Navajo Nation Council of the Budget and Finance regarding what Ms. Litson had reported. And in there it has contents and here to ask what's going on, what's taking place, and that could be one of the reports that Division of Natural Resources and DOJ would be called to and ask what can we do to ensure that we move this project along and expedite this as quickly as possible, because they're wanting some answers, and also not only them, but Honorable Vice Chair Carl Slater.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair. I will do that.
Budget Finance Committee.
Vice Chair, if there's no committee questions, can I just ask something of the Division of Natural Resources?
Delegate, the two protect
hold on.
chairman. This is
I'll recognize you here shortly, Joshua Che. I don't know who was talking at the point in time. Please identify yourself. It's kind of hard to catch on who's talking. So could you please identify yourself so that way put you in order on who speaks next and who speaks prior to giving the floor. Thank you.
Vice Chair Smith, it was Carl Slater, Vice Chair Slater, that was making a comment. *6 if you are muted.
Thank you, Shada, for that. I heard a voice there, and I didn't want to call upon the voice that I didn't know who was speaking. But Che, Satui, I'll put you in the queue after with Honorable Jimmy Illahair. Che, Jimmy Illahair, you have the floor.
Oh, yeah, it's Vice Chair, yeah, Kuroya, Nadi Kido, Nahoti, Kuro Wheatfield Agriculture Project. Based on art and Daliato, there's a lot of concerns and issues about the mismanagement of funds. But your response that this is based on the report by Helen Brown. I thought based on 2080 mismanagement of funds. A quaggy nahot idida. Na tikuna yani bachahot. DNR, the natural resource. So to kids is needed na late Adam Soya. I don't know if anybody on the line from DNR need to respond just because we're talking about a lot of money right here. What they say, Wheatfield Agriculture Project, $3 million. And my concern is that we have Budget Finance Committee. So that he operations pay now. But issue is a benefit to that issue better for community. To report that I'm on his thousand. Other lab my sister Peggy Nakai to see visit a cornfield. Just like we did to Wood Creek, Colorado. So we never visit. It's like you have to be in a committee. That's my comments and my concern. I wish Helen Brown's on the line. Also, natural resource officer, so they should be on the line and do some response. Okay. The one question I did get to Chairman, Vice Chairman here. So it's enough line though. Thank you. Yeah.
Che, Honorable Jimmy Yellow here. I'll turn the floor back over to the presenters, and then it was a question and a concern. Do we have Helen Brown on board? I think there was a question posed by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair pertaining to the funds that were used. Do we have Ms. Brown on board with us this morning? Peggy, could you get a hold of Ms. Brown? I think there was a question that was posed by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, and maybe she can chime in on this conversation that we're having. At this point in time, I'd like to turn the floor to Ms. Litzen and Honorable Vice Chair Carl Slater.
I didn't catch that, Vice Chair. Were you handing the floor back over?
Yes, sir. You have the floor.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I just want to state that the audit issues, I think, have been adequately worked upon. And the process forward was to move forward with the grant agreement and get involvement from the Farm Board. And that is the protocol that the Division of Natural Resources, I believe, is working on right now. And I think things are in a satisfactory point at this time. And we've discussed this issue many times. We've had the same discussion over and over again at this committee. And it seems like this is kind of just brought up as a red herring each time to hit the project at the knees and keep it from moving forward. But the question that I wanted to ask, I just wanted clarification from Mr. Allen. Is he going to be the point of contact and the project manager for the time being? And if not, then who should be the point of contact and project manager for myself, the water users, and the Farm Board to be in contact with? And then second, just to clarify precisely what the determinations that are going to be made in the next few weeks. Is it identifying what the approval of expenditures and drawdown process will be, or is there something beyond that? And thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Carl Slater. I'll go ahead and turn the floor back over to Division of Natural Resources. There was a question posed to Mr. Robert Allen, Division of Natural Resources. Two questions were posed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Delegate Slater. No, I have not been appointed the point of contact or the project manager. And I can truthfully say, after our last meeting last week, we have not been able to find any volunteers to take this project on. So we're going to meet again, and it appears that we're going to have to make an assignment. But I don't make the final decision on that. That lies with our division director.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Also, there was a question of the determination and approval of the drawdown. That was a question from Vice Chair Slater.
Yes, the approval of the drawdown. Ms. Curley Thomas did retire. Her last day was, I believe, at the end of December. And at that time, I believe there was a question pending on a request for drawdown. And the work products that were supposed to have been achieved up to that point in the project hadn't, but there was still the request for the drawdown. And there's been a lot of controversy about all of these things. And we really need someone with the financial skills and budgeting skills to move all of the financial requirements through and working with OOC and OMB. And what Ms. Thomas was really concerned about was she didn't want to be held responsible for approving drawdowns and really approving the failure to meet all of the work product requirements. And she would rather have a local governmental body that can observe what they're doing with the funds. That request is out there, but as I said, as of our last meeting, we could not find any, we don't have any volunteers to take this project on from the division. So we have to go to the next step, which is considering who gets the assignment. That's my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Back to the committee members. Did we get a hold of Ms. Brown? I think Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair wanted to have a question answered.
Vice Chair, I did send an email to Ms. Brown. I'll give them a call. Hold on.
Back to committee members. Any further questions while we're waiting on behalf of a response from Acting Auditor General?
Vice Chair Smith, this is Delegate Charles Newton. Can you hear me?
Yes, can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I just want to let you know that I am on the line. I do apologize. I was having some issues with my phone when I was being called upon, but I have been listening and I've been waiting to get called upon again. So I am here. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you for your call and thank you for your patience on behalf of that, Chairwoman Charles Newton. We are on number 7 with the Wheatfields Ag Project right now. Committee members, if we want to go back to Shiprock Hotel Restaurant, we did have discussion on that on behalf of that, but right now we're at number 7. So let's finish up number 7 and see what the committee would like to entertain on this behalf, Chairwoman Newton.
Vice Chair Smith,
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Agushi. Is that you speaking? Honorable Begay?
That's Henio.
Okay, Chair Henio, go ahead, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you for taking over. As I expected, my server, the provider, if they were doing the maintenance or something, and just shut me off. So, but nonetheless, we'll get back online. Main thing is, I believe you already set the tone when you requested that this item be on the Budget and Finance Committee agenda for the 15th, when we bring in Department of Natural Resources to the table for a lot of these questions that are being asked, and maybe you can even bring Auditor General to the table at that time, and so we can move along with the agenda. Otherwise, we'll just be going around and around trying to wait for people to show up. So, Vice Chair, under your leadership, I believe you already set the tone, and if we can move forward. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Chair Henio. I was trying to look through my notes and see if I did mention that, because I did mention something earlier too about having a budget and finance here, a report on behalf of certain issues that were brought forth. But thank you for bringing that forth. Yes, we did that. Shache, could we wait till the 15th, and then you can bring up your concerns on that? We'll have acting Auditor General with us, Ms. Brown. And committee members, I think we should wrap this up right now on the Wheatfields Ag Project and Division of Natural Resources, Department of Justice, and also Vice Chair Slater and your agent, Ms. Litson, to be present with the meeting on the 15th so that we can address these concerns and see where we can move forward with this project that's happening right now. So with that, committee members, let's move on to number 8. Before I say move on to number 8, I'll go ahead and turn the floor back over to Chair Henio. We have Madam Chairwoman Eugenia Charles Newton. She's now on board. She'd like to speak on behalf of item number 2, Shiprock Hotel Restaurant. Chair Henio, I'll leave it with your leadership at that point in time, but she is online now and we can hear her loud and clear. So Chair Henio, you have the gavel.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith, for running the meeting. With that, we did leave Madam Chair Charles Newton off. We did hear it from Mr. Sapp and Mr. Parrish, but as far as the legislation and where it's at, we can get an update on that. So, Shadeja, Madam Chair Charles Newton, you have the floor.
Oh, Shad, can you guys hear me better now?
Loud and clear.
All right, Shad, thank you. So thank you for answering. Thank you, Chair, for asking for an update on the legislation. So we are moving forward to request $11.4 million to complete the Shiprock Hotel project. The background information is that gaming was supposed to be leading this project, and they did have the funding for this project as well as other projects that they were moving forward with. In 2019, the project was set and ready to go. However, we were waiting on one last part, and that was for BIA to turn over the land back to Navajo Nation. A letter was sent to President Nez in September of 2019, and it wasn't until 2020, I believe it was in February of 2020, right before the pandemic, we learned of the letter, and there was no action from the Land Department or from President's office in letting us know that the project was set and ready to go, that the land never belonged to BIA. So just as we were getting ready to start the project, COVID hit and the nation went into shutdown. Gaming ultimately used the funds that was reserved for this project. They did use it and they depleted all funds. And so we were then left to decide, how do we want to proceed forward? Hospitality did step in. Hospitality did state that they could take over the project because gaming couldn't finish the project. And it wasn't because they couldn't, it was really because they didn't have the funding in place. So we did work with hospitality, and hospitality is now leading the charge to get the project up and going. The problem is because gaming depleted all of their funds, that means that there was no money left over to complete the project. So hospitality had to start back all over. So we did meet with Division of Economic Development, J.T. Willie, and J.T. Willie is putting together his 5-year plan, and they're going to be distributing funds to the Shiprock Hotel. We are short $11.4 million to get the project completed, again, because gaming depleted the funds that was set aside for this project. So we started moving forward on that. At this point, J.T. Willie, the Director for Economic Development, doesn't know exactly how much money can be allocated to this project, but he is working with RDC to start setting aside funding for some of the projects on the Navajo Nation. Again, we know that we are short $11.4 million, so what we wanted to do was move forward to try to get that $11.4 million from Sihasin And then as JT Willie starts putting his 5-year plan together, make amendments to the legislation that would tell us how much economic development can put into this project. I am working with Stan Sapp. We have to get some, some paperwork together. So it is currently scheduled to be heard at Nabikiatke. I have asked that we hold off so all of the paperwork can be in place. There were also a lot of questions that came from budget and finance in terms of, whether the land has been, set aside for this project, whether NTUA has been contacted. All of that has occurred, and we're putting together the paperwork so that it is prepared and ready to go at Nabikiatke. So that is currently where we're at. Chair Henyo, thank you for asking the question. And we do look forward to getting this hotel up and going. There was information provided by I believe it was the Tourism Department, and then there was also New Mexico Department of Transportation that provided information on how much traffic they see coming through the Shiprock community. Much of that traffic is tourism, because you can see the numbers going up around spring and summer when the tourism season does start to increase. So we are working on putting all of that information together. So I believe the plan is to have this legislation heard at summer session. And the reason why we're looking at summer session is because we're hoping that JT Willie will have his 5-year plan in place so that we have specific funding that can be identified that's coming out of economic development. Thank you, Chair Henyo, and I do stand for questions at this time.
Thank you, Adlan, for your update on the legislation and some more information regarding this project. So this committee members, do we have any questions regarding the Shiprock Hotel project? Okay, tonight, let's move forward on our agenda. As we did hear from Wheatfields Ag Project, and that's scheduled for a further discussion at the Budget and Finance Committee regular meeting on February 15th, day after Valentine's Day. So with this, let's move forward to the other part of our agenda, which is the Mini Farms Ag Project for $2 million this year. Is there a representative for this project?
Chair Henyo,
yes.
There for the mini farms, it's Terrell Harvey. He's the project manager. And then also, excuse me, Delegate Kealan Begay would like to also state something for this project. And Tariq is also on this project. I believe they're involved, water resources.
Okay, thank you for that, Peggy. With this, the presentation and Delegate Kealan Begay, are you on the line?
Good afternoon, Chair. Can you hear me? Okay. I just wanted to listen in as well. Kudo ag projects kudo for the mini farms. Report Mr. Harvey, if you're on the line, please intervene whenever you're going to begin online to discuss your the projects for mini farms. Earlier, Kudo Sadie Wheatfields, Haziki Ado Quick Shings up Bahataso. I mean, I believe the staff are not willing to be upfront about it. They're more of just following the lead that's earlier by the department. Peso Sneliki Aye got Asato ya shaje na halen central dan akoko halet ala atskilko dat don nesto atskilko alla at ornis akoko deepa na will just the end the central de at court hakin that it because I mean I think they're stretched thin at the central level in a way. Is probably the situation because you know that opera funding is really taking a toll on the central office, especially with some of these staff or people have retired. And nahot it nahot the akoko haled all that but with a lot of our monitoring being in place. The chapters, the program, especially the budget. Again, Mr. Harvey Doe, and then we have a farm board for mini farms. As you know, that that's the case. The one area that I've been pushing again, I try not to overstep my authority as a delegate, but I'm trying to push to say that the water well, it's already February. Late out the yard and dingy could debate on this at in the Binaya Hashajo. This is not the snicker. But that's the biggest problem that we have. And then the management of it. Especially some of the farmers, the program, and the local chapter. Again, this in a way, it looks bad on us as a government that the NALAB but yet that and the we just have to follow what is being implemented or what is being proposed. So when what level down that they're dictating how to spend the money or how it should be spent, especially budget. Being the Budget and Finance Committee chair. Just like recently, I mean, the previous program, for Cindy Wheatfield, I appreciate her being open about it and being direct about it to say that they haven't been given any direction. And then it be other local chapter. I mean, this is the problem at the central level. Like for example, Minifarm has equipment. I mean, we're talking about millions of dollars. I mean, thousands of dollars equipment just sitting there. Temporary workers, seasonal workers go and the has lahagita eta le toike digita eta le. I mean, I would ego bahade the budget I don't need us they make it sound as though that it can't be changed. So or that akid and sense at the local level. And then the layer the irrigation office for mini farms. For another example. I mean, those layers of problems that our local programs are going through. My recommendation should say, I mean, sometimes we say that and we look at that. We don't want to penalize the local community or the chapter just because that certain part of the program is not helping or providing that assistance at the local efforts. But again, I didn't mean to make a statement as such because I just listen out the other how the progress is at the local level. And then the other thing I've been saying to the central office is that how can we utilize these funding? I mean, several millions. I mean, if combined, Shiprock, Saley, Wheatfields, and mini farms combined, it's almost $14 million investment into farming. Now, how can we leverage that and asking for additional funding based on the USDA, the based on matching fund that the need, because you know that the chapters are being told that you guys can't seek fundings unless you go through the Navajo Nation. Or in the at that idea, because I've been approaching the USDA, but they told me that they have to go through the main Navajo Nation programs. Don't need to create a sheet. But anyway, I don't know if Mr. Terrell Harvey is online now, but I believe Kadosh Farm Board President, Mr. Julian Begay, I believe he's online. He can probably provide additional information on this effort. Again, I've been somewhat making recommendations, but at the end of my recommendation, I always say that these are just recommendations by a delegate, but more as not me telling you guys what to do as far as how the plans is going. So because a year that's not totally hot, while we have several $1 million just sitting there. Could you be that on the shiki? Could the that either been that on the shikishi? I would go been that on the shiki hot in the but Halit all the Ecuador Hasha loosen up some of the string and let the local farm board, the farmers, the irrigation office, and so on, let them get to work. Additional with that, Chairman Che Kudo, that's it. Mr. Julian Begay, if not Mr. Terrell Harvey, that's it. They got online now to make their report, Chairman. So I apologize for taking up the time here. Chair.
Yeah, not Che. I'll get Kalen again. I'm glad you're listening in. Listening to the situation that we're with here regarding these ag projects, and as the ranking member of Resource Development Committee, and bringing this issue before RDC to at your next meeting, maybe bring Division of Natural Resources to the table, as far as, and also Navajo Nation Water Management, Mr. Tariq Shop, and ask these pointed questions. And maybe we can work together as the committees to move the programs to where they could actually respond back to the recipients. As we heard earlier with Lee, there's been no response from the Department of Natural Resources. So, just a check. Even not we can start moving and get these projects moving. As you said, today, and planting season is coming around again. So with that said, though, Mr. Harvey, are you on the line?
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me?
Oh, we can hear you, and please provide us an update report on the Many Farms Ag project.
Thank you, Mr. Chair Henio, Vice Chair Smith. I do appreciate the time given to for me to allow me to do the report for Many Farms Ag project. Before I begin, I want to go ahead and introduce the team, personnel, and administration. I am very fortunate to say that we do have a full team now that fulfill the org chart that had been initiated when the program had started. So briefly, we do have 4 employees currently right now: the project manager, who is myself, a senior office administrative assistant, a proposal writer, whom we had hired on November 8th. And we also have an equipment operator too. So the proposal writer had been proposed, I believe, since the project had started. I came on late of 2019, the beginning of 2020 in January. So we had been advertising for a proposal writer, and we, like I had mentioned, we are very grateful in fulfilling that position as of November 8th of last year. So now we have an idea of where we want to go with funding sources that are available within Navajo Nation, as well as the state of Arizona, Department of Agriculture, NRCS, and other private organizations. Again, I apologize. I did provide a report to Ms. Peggy Nakai, and that's the report the summary report that I'm reading off of. I apologize for not sharing that with everyone that's on the call, as well as the Budget and Finance Committee members. But continuing on again, as Honorable Kealan Begay had mentioned, we do work closely in communication with the local leadership team, as well as our Honorable Council Delegate of Many Farms, in continuing, they provide their support and assistance in contacting outside resources, as Honorable Kealan Begay had mentioned. So again, for the personnel and administration, we are at a full team right now. We are looking forward into this year and seeing what capabilities thereof that we can provide an optimal and engage or optimal level to where we can begin to start seeing production of farming. And just going down next to the next line, we do have highlights of capital infrastructure. In continuation to June 9th, last year's report that we made, this is a continuation of that progress of what was reported that we had been working on, and also what's being completed at this point. So as far as highlights, I wanted to again announce that we do have a new modular office building, 36 by 60, that has been is complete and ready for delivery and setup. At this time right now, for the preparation of the placement, we do have the old building, which was, I believe, history of the building. The double wide office was given to Navajo Nation from Kerr McGee Oil and Gas back in 1970. So the building is very dilapidated. The ceiling was falling apart. So we had Navajo OSHA come out. They had done a assessment on the building. Long story short, the building's condemned, and we're waiting for demo services to come through. We do have a professional service contract going through the 164 process for demo of the existing building. So again, with the review process as well as the procurement, that really takes a lot of time. And right now, I think we're going into our 4th month or 5 months of requesting that. Once we do get the contract number again, we will inform the contractor to begin immediately to get the building demoed. And in this case here, they said the demolition will take anywhere from 3 to 4 days. We did follow Environmental Protection Agency compliance to make sure that we don't have any asbestos that's there, and to also do abatement if there is. So again, we're wanting to make sure that the community and surrounding community is safe while they're going to demo this building. The modular office building, again, the new one will provide 6 offices to accommodate our mini farms, irrigation, and agriculture, and Chimney Well Service staff to work out from a daily from a health and safe working environment. Again, with this major improvement that the mini farms community have not ever seen since back in 1970s, they're going to see a new building come into play. They're going to see, and again, this is to showcase to the community of the major improvements that this PTF project is bringing to the community. So again, this is a big part that we want to showcase to the community, as well as, you know, to let the farmers know that we're progressing to what the intent of the project was. And moving forward again, we do have another building that's going through the professional service contract review. It's the equipment storage metal building, which is 35 by 80. And the metal storage building is, of course, engineered to accommodate drive-in capabilities by installing 2 garage openings on each side of the building. And this is to provide stewardship responsibility of our new equipment, the row crop tractors, the backhoe, and implements. At this time, since June of last year, I think I had reported in my last report that we had completed the purchase of all equipment, the tractors, the backhoe, and the implements. So the completion of our equipment is done. In order for the longevity of the use of the equipment, we want to make sure that they're well taken care of, they're out of the weather, you know. So this part here was also part of one of the line items for us to gain a metal storage building for our equipment. So this here is also going through the review process. And at this time, I believe the last report that I got yesterday, it was at contract administration offices, and we're looking forward to getting the contract number to begin construction of the new equipment storage building. Again, that's going to showcase to the community of our efforts in ensuring that we do take care of our equipment that we have purchased, and, you know, stewardship of that. And moving forward, we are also meeting with Navajo Nation Water Resources Department, the TCOB, as well as other entities and technical aspects of planning strategically toward our next projects. Many farms area, as Honorable Kialan Begay had mentioned, is the main source of production is our water. Right now, for the mini farms reservoir, we do have a capacity of 5303 elevation that had been recorded about a couple of weeks ago. So it's kind of holding. But now that we do have the warmer weather coming up, we're hoping that we do get more rain. And as far as the rainfall that we had, we're hoping to capture some of that. But again, for the watershed that we do have at many farms, it's also calling for upgrades of the inlet feeder canal concrete structure. Years ago, the water used to flow naturally with no major force, and that's what the current inlet canal system had provided. But this past summer, we've had tremendous amount of downpour within a couple of hours. You have head pressure running very quickly down the chimney wash, which would go over the diversion. And, you know, we try to take as much as we can back into our inlet feeder. But again, the inlet feeder concrete structure itself needs to be upgraded. It needs to be reinforced, and the openings would need to be accommodating for that type of water level. And again, with the PTF project, we want to make sure that we do prioritize these items here that I have listed here, upgrading the diversion, the inlet feeder canal concrete structure, as well as the irrigation water delivery. And just to piggyback off of what Mr. Harrison had mentioned about the conservancy of water, many farms, throughout many farms, North Valley, they do have earthen ditches to deliver water. And again, for the earthen ditches right now, we do have areas that are concrete and some that are not concrete. And right now the concretes are cracking. We're losing water if the water was to be delivered. So we're looking at creating a proposal to advertise, you know, and to see what that cost may be for us to do underground pipeline too. So we're looking forward to one of those as one of the projects that we have listed moving forward. Operations and services, again, aforementioned at the last report in June, our implementations and the projects of tasks of completion are ongoing and in line of its intent, where we had set a goal for us to complete the expenditure by September 30, 2023. And with that type of you know, significance of where we want to meet and to complete, that's our drive. We want to make sure that we do complete in the expenditure fundings per line item. And again, as we move approaching the completion date, we strive and daily in communication with our local team, leadership, agencies, and chapter, especially our farm board. Our farm board, as Honorable Key Allen had mentioned about Mr. Julian Begay, he's in constant contact and communication. We attend all their monthly meetings, and as well as meeting the farmers that are out there, expressing their concerns and also engaging in what we have planned and moving forward with the project. And as well as the equipment that we do have, the farmers are available to come in from the Mini Farms chapter to request for us to do work out in the farm within their farm plots as they, you know, request. So again, we always want to keep that open communication with them, and also tying that with, you know, with the TCOB, Natural Water Resources, NAPI, as well as Apache County. Our efforts again are to revitalize farming within many farms again for, you know, the purpose of the funding project. We again continue working with the Mini Farm leadership team and signifying ongoing concerns of the watershed, as I had mentioned, into Mini Farms Dam, planning and clarifying specific needs of improvements to supply irrigation for agricultural crops. Plans for supplemental funding as well for improvements in infrastructure, such as upgrades of the inlet feeder, concrete structure I had mentioned, the diversion, also improving water management by replacing dilapidated concrete water canals and to a new irrigation delivery system. Again, continuation with our farm plots, operation and maintenance of gate valves, reestablishing our boundaries and right-of-ways by upgrading perimeter fencing. Just real quick on the perimeter fencing part there, where we do have phases that we had created with the farm board as well as leadership team. There's a center pivot that sits out there. It's an old center pivot. And within that one area that we had phased, we are about probably 90% complete with the upgrade of fencing. And again, the community members had seen our guys out there pounding T-posts, putting up the barbed wire, and showing that we are wanting to secure that area as a beginning to where we want to develop an area for production. So once we get that area secured and complete with the fencing, as I had mentioned back in June, right now we're just about 100% with that. And the fencing and material that was donated from Chinle BIA land offices, I don't know how many years ago, we're actually putting that in place. And like I had mentioned, we're about 100% complete. So once with that completion, we're going to start looking at upgrading the center pivot, maybe even replacing the entire center pivot. So we do have that in plans as well too. And then just kind of moving forward here with the Mini Farms water delivery system, again, as I had mentioned, our proposal writer had come on board and is well aware of very knowledgeable to grants that are out there and available. So we want to also start seeking NRCS funding to upgrade the irrigation system with the underground piping. Again, for Mini Farms, this past summer, the monsoon season, we had a lot of flooding that happened from the farm plots, collecting a lot of that water there. And so with the request and recommendation from local leadership team, as well as the council delegate, we went out there as a team with the irrigation crew, as well as the ag crew, to rehabilitate these areas where we have access to the farm plots as well as their residents. And again, it was something that we had to show the community of our involvement as well as assisting and being there when emergencies do arise in those situations. So again, it was very collaborative approach from the leadership team as well as our department. Continuing again with the collaboration of projects, many farms supporting the resolutions. We support the farm board resolutions that do derive from their farm board meetings as well as farmers. So we're always wanting to be involved with what the outcomes of what their requests are. So we always want to stand with them and work with them on that as well too. Again, communication is a big part of a lot of the projects that we're doing. We have our own little saying of fair farmers who are able, interested, and ready. And again, we keep our communication lines open. Unfortunately, right now, the agriculture and irrigation offices are closed. And like I had mentioned, we're waiting for demo services to be completed. So we're working from home, but we also attend the farm board meetings to make sure that we do keep communication with our farmers as well as the farm board. And again, this is in regards to acres to be farmed, work needed for preparation. And again, as I mentioned, we like to always attend the farm board meetings as scheduled. And moving down to the last page, just real quick, we do have a new artesian well that had been drilled northeast of Many Farms Lake Reservoir. And again, we had used water delivery for the summer drought for livestock use. We were assisting with that as well too. Again, plans are being discussed with the leadership team, as Honorable Kealan McGay had mentioned, about utilizing the PTF project for maybe drilling an additional well. So again, the bottom listing here, we do have a listing of projects that we have finished and completed with critical projects within many farms, farm plot irrigation canals, completing breached, protecting the access of roads, as I had mentioned. And we did complete the diversion structure reinforcement, placing the 4x4 angle irons for, strength and for the diversion in the backside, downstream side. And right now, next, we do have riprap that we need to complete to put behind the diversion. And, and again, for that, civil engineering TCOB had been on site to inspect and, making sure that we do comply to the strength and integrity that it's there for. And moving forward again, ongoing operations and plans, we do have a high demand of revitalizing the community of many farms and subsistence farming. We have been planning and making strides in our completions, and below is the listing of items we have planned. So again, feasibility of drilling additional wells in areas to where they can provide enough to, for the water delivery system. There are areas to where we see the intent would be not necessary and you wouldn't provide enough. So there is some assessment, and there are some areas that we do have to do studies on. Rehabilitation of existing wells, again, that's one of the areas that was mentioned in the PTF project when it was initialized, created. And then daily inspections again of our Many Farms Dam. We're looking forward to delivery of mobile office building, which is very exciting, and the construction of the metal storage building. We always provide assistance to our farmers of our services and continuing our project efforts with the local community school, as well as, organizations. Local resources that we like to outsource to, and again, one of them is NAPI, and the other with Navajo Department of Agriculture. In conclusion of my report, Many Farms project has been successfully accomplishing its project intent by providing the community our highest priority in all the efforts of their needs. Much of the work, again, has been accomplished and ongoing in spite of closures and pandemic. That was really hard on the project itself because it really slowed down the momentum of the project. So now that we're trying to regain that momentum, we're wanting to engage in a lot of the projects. As I had mentioned, nevertheless, there's still a list of items that have not been met. And we also provided to local leadership team and council delegate regarding ARPA, where we have more agriculture and irrigation needs to continue. And just to add to that end part, we do have a total amount of 15 million estimated of projects that we still need to have completed. So with the total amount of PTF at 3.2 million, I can see us exhausting that amount immediately. So, but the one issue that I feel that we commonly have now that I've been hearing the reports that have been made is the streamlined process of the 164 as well as the procurement. We always tend to always be given, oh, it's still in process. Oh, it's still pending. And it's been months that passed. And for everyone that's listening in, the project managers, when you find that one contact person in that department, work with that person. It's a lot easier, it's streamlined, it's a lot quicker, and it's better to be in a one-on-one contact with, you know, that department to make sure that the documents that you provided have met, compliance. So again, thank you, Chair and Vice Chair. I'll go ahead and give back to you on any questions that there may be.
Thank you, Mr. Harvey, for that detailed report on the Ag Park project. So with this, back to the committee, Budget and Finance Committee. Any questions for Mr. Harvey?
Chairman, this is Delegate Otto.
Okay, I should check. First, let me see if there's any questions from committee, Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions?
Good afternoon. This is Julian Begay.
Vice Chair Odoso?
Yes, here, listen to Honorable K. Allen Begay, Oyo Dashin Sago. And now pertaining to the control from the tribal administration. And as you alluded to, having the conversation with Resources and Development Committee, you know, really have to start looking at the Title 26, the Local Governance Act, to give the local control to the local level. It's something that we really need to continue to move forth and honor. And I see the administration doing that, holding on to a lot of the projects, and I wonder what they tell what's on it. They need things and alcohol. Local Governance Act based on the organizations. Really need to give them control, because it really hinders projects that could be done at the local level. And the Navajo Washington citing certain sections, sectors of the law that requires reporting financial activities. And I feel what Kealan Begay is talking about. And if the tribe is really not going to provide that technical support, you know, we need to weed them out of there and get it back to the local people who are how to farm. And what up in you know, I'd rather have the farmer make that those decisions at the local level. So I listened to the report from Shiprock. I listened to the other farming report too. And even I did what I just wanted to point that out, Shantel. Yeah.
Chair, Vice Chair Odo. So, Budget and Finance Committee, any questions, comments for Mr. Harvey? If not, I'd like to yield the floor to Mr. Begay. I did hear him earlier calling out. Mr. Begay?
Yes, I'm here. Good afternoon, everybody. Ya Julian Begay and She. I don't know in the Shenigi ya Totso Nishla. I know the buses chin. I don't tampa it that should shade out change it that should nella. I don't quite ya tag Halanda ya. I'm the farm board president. I need it 1 year. So Ishla 1 year 2021. So I'm going on my 2nd year. I grew up there in many farms. So this is coming from the board's perspective. We heard from our delegate, Key Ellen Begay from the council, and Mr. Tyrell Harvey, the project manager from the irrigation. Although, farm board president. So based on what I seen this past year, I walked into a position with a lot of work that needed to be done, completed. And of course, the dedicated staff there, Mr. Harvey and his staff and our council delegate, I seen and heard the work that they have been doing, the ongoing projects, and the late Johnson Baya that left us last year, that Mr. Harvey's carrying on those duties. So progress is slowly being made from my perspective, from the board's perspective. And what I know with the best of my knowledge as a young individual and what I've seen growing up there in many farms, I'm also a farmer myself with 5 acres and going back to my younger days. So from the board's perspective this past year, what I can report a mile accomplishment for 2021 being 1 year on the board is we've made some cleanups, supporting resolutions, assisting the farm plot holders, families that are living on farm plot lands. I guess that's been an ongoing since I was young too, attending farm been talked about. But this year, I'm glad to report that we got those issues cleaned up. Now these families living on farm plots can get electricity and running water and get home site lease and go through the process. So this has been my platform. It was brought to my attention when I first got on. And like I said, I'm happy to report that that's a major accomplishment this past year. And it was my goal by years in, okay, I want to get this cleaned up. By years in, I want these farmers, these community members' concerns addressed. And we finished that. We got those resolutions out of the way and designated some acres as non-farmland to assist these families with their electric, water, and home site lease. With that, this year, 2022, my focus as board president is to look, I've been saying it from the beginning, we need data. Yeah, we have all these projects, we have all these listings that we want to do, water, infrastructure, diversion dam, but yet, to report to you, to be honest, from what I found out is there's no data. And our new proposal grant water, Ms. Sagboy, can contest to this. At the last farm board meeting, she did report saying that, in order to go after these grants, we need data, we need data. How much is this gonna cost? Number one, the diversion dam, there's no preliminary work or engineering work done yet at this time. So for 2022, this year, that's my platform, is to go after a civil engineering firm, a consulting firm that can come in. And Mr. Harvey, at our farm board meeting, he did report 7 years ago, Riley's engineering firm out of Tucson, Arizona, did complete some preliminary work on the irrigation structure. So, and I've been saying this at the farm board meetings too, and to the community members, farm plots, we need data, we need some of that money, 3.5 million that's sitting in the pot right now. And I notice on the agenda, we have 2 million that will be coming down the pipeline. With this money, I would like to utilize it on preliminary work, design and engineering on the diversion dam. Right now, what we have, the structure, it's working, it's effective, it's working. However, we do not catch all the water coming down the Chinle Wash. We only catch a certain percentage. But just imagine if we were to catch and control all that water into Mini Farms Lake, we would have a reliable water source, a huge acreage. And we've been working with Navajo Abandoned Mines, Victor Lee and Melvin Yazzie. They did come out. We did have a work session to look at the erosion control there at the diversion dam, the Chinle watershed. So we did meet, we all came together and we're looking at the erosion control to slow down the water because like I said, what we have there is working. You know, when our monsoons come, you know, from Canyon de Chelly and Maslini Wash, we have a huge watershed. So right now we're looking at working with Navajo AML to slow the water, to control that erosion because there's a lot of erosion going on right now. Hauling some rocks, look at native weeds, and so that's what my focus will be on the diversion dam, and then get a design and engineering done. A huge concrete structure is what I vision, control all that water flow. Next would be the diversion, next would be the irrigation system, pipeline, concrete. Some of them, like Mr. Harvey reported, some of it's concrete, but most of it is dirt. So of course we lose water that way, evaporation, and then soaking down into the soil. So for 2022, that's going to be my platform. And then once we get all this data, design and preliminary work, we can start advocating for funding. Like for example, let's say the diversion dam structure, what nice heavy structure, concrete structure is going to cost maybe 15 million based on the design and engineering, construction costs and all that labor. Let's say 15 million, for example. Then we can advocate for money. Okay, hey, this is what we have. We have our design, we have our engineering, we have our right-of-ways, we have our clearances, all our ducks are lined up. So now we can advocate for money to make this a reality. So that's what my platform will be for 2022 and 2023. I know we need to spend some of the money is to contract some of this work out. Earlier, somebody mentioned, you know, if Navajo Nation, what I found out when I was proposing all this is that, oh, you have to go through Navajo Nation, the procurement process. But who do I work with? Who do I talk to? Last fall, we had a meeting with Water Resource, Mr. Tark, and, you know, we didn't really get anywhere because he reported that he only has one civil engineer for the entire nation. Let me say that again, one civil engineer for Water Resource Department for the entire nation. Of course, with all due respect, I'm pretty sure this person's work is backed up to serve the entire nation. I'm pretty sure this person, it's going to take a while. And that's why I'm thinking outside the box. You know, I want to look out at consultants, engineering firm. So if anybody, if you guys can give me a sense of direction, advice where to go, and I would like to accomplish this for 2022. Once we address the water concern, and then we can help our farmers, you know, they'll be able to farm and so forth. The equipment's there, like Mr. Harvey reported, if farmers need assistance, they want some work done on their farms, they have to pay out of pocket and so forth. But right now, you know, number one, water, the diversion dam. Number two, our infrastructure, the canal system. So those are my priorities coming from the board's perspective. At this time, that's all I had to report. And I'd just like to thank you guys for allocating funding, our council delegate, Mr. Harvey, for all their hard work. And again, you know, progress is being made, but slowly, it's not moving faster than expected. And I enjoy the work. I love the work. It's a lot of work, you know, getting to work with the nation. And this is my first time being in a political position for my community, but nonetheless, you know, thank you. And that's all I have at this time.
Mr. Brigade, for your report as being part of this project. So with that, refer back to the committee, Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments? Then let's move forward to the next item, project on our agenda. Mr. I believe, Navajo Nation, Division of
Good
General
afternoon.
Services. Are you on the line?
Yes, sir. Yes, I have been listening. Good morning, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the BNF committee.
Mr. Tariq, this is a Mini Farms Ag project. Are you going to report on that?
No, I'm the one who supervises that project. Many Farm as well as, I just wanted to make a couple of comments, If
sure, go ahead.
Yeah. I think there is no doubt that we are short on staff. And that is also correct that we have only one civil engineer. But if we go back into the history of this funding, why this funding was allocated, we have been actually spending this funding in accordance with the Navajo Tribal Person Policy Procedures, laws, rules and regulations, So we always have to keep that in mind, And I think that Mr. Harvey gave all the report on purchasing all the equipment and everything. I just want to let you guys know that in addition to this funding, we have been working with the Bureau of Reclamation, with the BIA and other outside agencies to get additional funding to upgrade, especially the Many Farm diversion. And the Many Farm Dam is the main source of water in that area. I think that in the report is also mentioned there is one well was drilled which was feasible. Everything so far we have done in consultation and with approval of the local team. That has been our principle to work with and to make sure that we will continue to work with our local leaders, with the council delegates, with the farm boards, with the chapter president and the community members. And we will continue to do that. So I think that I just wanted to let you know that we are also, in addition to that, we're working on the other needs. The needs are there. We recently got about $300,000 to repair the Many Farm Diversion Dam inlet structure. And we are going through the process. No doubt our process is lengthy, but I think it is what is required for the accountability purpose. And we have to live with that unless maybe one day some further improvement can be made to expedite that process. So we have no choice but to follow the process, So in addition to that funding, we have been working on that, and I appreciate both Mr. Gilbert Harrison and Mr. Terrell Harvey doing a good job and making this report. And that's all I have to say. And I will continue to work with the local people and our local project managers and the local farm board and all the concerned staff, all the concerned community that they need and they want improvement in the agriculture products or the agriculture farming. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, sir. Thank you for providing more information regarding this project. So thank you. And I believe there's no questions from the committee. So let's move forward to the next item on the agenda. Division of General Services. Is there a representative from Division of General Services on the line?
Yes, Mr. Chair, this is Tom Patero.
Okay, Shane, that next item is on office building, so you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, we did send a brief summary report of where we are in the process. We had completed the process to get 2 modular buildings. Everything was done. Loretta Largo, the Deputy Division Director for General Services, and Emmanuel Harlan Charlie with Risk Insurance Services were the co-leads for that. Everything was done, ready to go. We started the SAS process to get the contract issued, and then we hit a snag when it got to Department of Justice. Department of Justice referred the packet to Division of Community Development, And what their comment back was, in reviewing the Division of General Services DGS Plan of Operation, DGS does not have the authority to conduct construction and construction-related services. Rather, CPMD of the DCD has such authority. So what that means is that DOJ stopped the contract that we were trying to get to issue for those two buildings. We did refer it over to Division of Community Development, and we're trying to work with Dr. Yellowman and the CPMD department to sign off on the contract. We're hopeful that DOJ will accept that and allow the contract to go to Office of the President, the Vice President for signature, so those two buildings could be acquired. The first building is going to be going to the community of Tuba City. We met with the community out there. They have a shortage of office space, and so that was going to go to them. The second building was going to go to Office of Management Budget. Office of Management Budget has an issue with, they have staff that have an issue with the air quality in Admin Building 1, and they have been using the space over at the Navajo Nation Museum. Unfortunately, the director, Dominic Bial, does not want a modular building. Apparently, in the past, he had money for a building in his own budget, but that was that funds were no longer available because it lapsed at the end of a fiscal year. So what we're thinking is, since that building is already designed for Window Rock, there's over 200 positions that are going to be hired with the ARPA funding. So we were going to make that building available to them. Right now, Office of the Controller has taken over the space that was assigned to Office of Management and Budget, so that they can hire the people that they need for their office. That concludes our report, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Platero, for that update on the office buildings. So this Budget and Finance Committee, any questions, comments for Mr. Platero? Any questions for Mr. Platero on the office buildings? There are none. Let's move forward. Next item is the Tojule C-Store, which has already been covered by Mr. Largo earlier in his report. So we'll go down to the next item after that, which would be the Indian Wells Economic Development, 0.7 million. Is there Navajo Nation Division Economic Development on the line?
Chair Hinio, this is Peggy.
Yes.
That would be Elaine Young,
Peggy.
Elaine Young from DED.
Okay, Miss Elaine Young, are you on the call?
Can you hear me now?
Oh,
this
yes.
is Elaine Young.
I hear you. Yes.
Okay.
Please proceed. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair and members. I just wanted
hold
to
on, Ms. Young. Ms. Young, hold on, please. Vice Chair, are you still on the line with us? Vice Chair Smith? Vice Chair Smith?
Chair Hinio.
Yes.
I see that Vice Chair is still on the call, but his call may have dropped.
Oh, okay. I'll get you in there. I just need to take a short break, but maybe Ms. Young could go ahead, Ms. Young, with your report, and then we'll go from there.
Okay. Thank you for that. This is Elaine Young with the Division of Economic Development, Small Business, and I'll be providing an update on the Indian Wells commercial site development. In 2005, the Indian Wells community withdrew 25 acres of the land for commercial development. And then as of now, we are working on developing the first part of it, which is just the 10 acres. And then within the 10 acres, we have the first phase that we're working on, which is the C-store, fuel station, laundromat, and then also postal service. It will provide also the butane service too as well. As of now, what work has been done on that 10-acre is the infrastructure, engineering, design, and construction in the amount of $116,932.50, which was provided by DED from the sales tax. And then also too is that a total of $663,721.16 has been expended already for the site clearing, the grubbing, and the grading, and the construction of 2 access roads to the project site and the drainage work. And then also out of that, 600 plus came from DED for that work, and then from the PTF on 62,708.20, which is that was reported from Lisa. So in total, that work has been completed already, and the work that's still in progress, which is the installation of water main and on-site sewer disposal system, which is in the process of being bid out, and the amount is $425,000. And currently, too, is that the community development, the community itself, they've acquired funding from CIP, which is in the amount of $123,000 plus, and that is in contract with NTUA at this point. And what we have so far at this time that we're working with is it looks like 275 million as far as PTF. Now in total, as far as built, that's where we had pretty much have earmarked the 2.7, but we're beginning to shortfall. Certain things have come up, such as the relocation as the fiber optic. We were informed in the midst of the project that there was a fiber optic line that was going through that sort of put a halt on the development and the grading on all that has been completed. So we were able to relocate those lines and so forth, and so we were able to move forward again. And also too is that as everyone is aware, we had lost the funding for a while, a good chunk of the funding, but we were able to get that back. And I would just want to thank the committee and the chair and everyone for helping us get those those funds back in place, and we were able to start working on these funds again. At this time, we are working with the store operator for this particular project, and he is on board. We are working with him on the lease at this point, and then also too is that he is securing his funding for his half, and the report that I had submitted, it does indicate from the owner's contribution, he's committed to provide all of the UST system, the canopy, the gas pump, all the equipment, the washer, dryers, the walk-in coolers, counters, the inventory, groceries, and so forth. He's going to obtain all of those. This owner-operator is currently operating a store in the back area where there is a sand and gravel location further to the back by the chapter, Indian Wells chapter. So they have expressed their interest, and we're working with them, and they're readily available. They're in good standing with the Navajo Nation, and they've been supporting the community all over the Navajo Nation. They have they're operating stores currently. So with that, that's in general, in a nutshell, our report. And thank you again, and we look forward to continue to work with you, and then and basically in discussion of possibly the shortfall. We'll continue to look at funding here within the DED, as well as if there's any other sources of funding. It looks like we're going to be falling short on this the building itself, the as-built. So, but then again, we are corresponding with the operator too as well on the shortfall. With that, I would just want to say thank you.
Thank you, Hedla. Thank you, Ms. Young, for your report on this project. With this, Shantel Budget and Finance Committee, any questions, comments?
Is Delegate Begay?
Shantel, Delegate, comment, Begay, go ahead.
Yat ito kaya Chair Henyo, other members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Other people that are on the line though, yat ito. Other Ms. Young though, yeah, for the report and update on this project. I know that as the economic development, my question is from the DCD, Division of Community Development. Regarding this project, I know there were some people that retired in place of some of these other because I know that they need to this money is on the internet, so it's very controversial to Navajo Nation Council say to give the full money back to this project, but it's been over a year now. So sometimes you think about it that that the money is already fully funded for this project, but it's taking a long time. So I know that NTUA, they're waiting for notice to proceed to get power line and water line and all that onto the site. Somebody from DCD and then also contract administration, the contract, they numbered. I have been over almost a month and a half of this day just to come up with a contract number. It's so frustrating. The pandemic, I asked for a timeline and we end that year to give it to NTA to start moving on it. So, I don't know how you guys are as a program from DCD and then DED out of Halita so coming kick that took over this project and maybe provide some timelines when I even see those construction going. This is fully funded. I kind of feel bad about it. Getting money back from other chapters. I think so you guys have to help me out to do that. That's my question. To let Neil.
Christina, for your question. Back to Ms. Elaine Young. Response.
Yes, thank you for that, Mr. Begay. in regards to the community development, that contract, we can go ahead and follow up with the community there and see who we need to work with. We are working with NTUA at this point, but we do have the architect and engineering and drawings for the site infrastructure, GIT-EYA. So we need to work in coordination with NTUA, what they have so far from the CIP. So moving forward, I guess we need to follow up with NTUA and then see what they need from us. So this morning, again, we met with the operator. So the operator is making changes on some of those areas that's needed for the site, for the whole site infrastructure. So in essence, we really need to meet with the community, and because they're bringing the infrastructure up to the site. I really don't have the updated report on that from the community development. So, but we'll go ahead and reach out to them. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. Budget and Finance Committee, any further questions, comments?
Follow-up question.
Okay, follow-up. So that's Elmer begin.
Okay, Mr. Young, thanks for the update. Yeah, I think we need to coordinate between programs. You guys are the Navajo Nation programs. You guys are working under the Navajo Nation government to help the community there. They're in need of help. Because there's funding there, so we're going to need to know how these fundings will be allocated. Because we finally got the DCD and signed up to contract the administration, issuing the NTUA to start running some power lines or infrastructures. But how can we? We're just relying on the community members. I think somebody needs to take the lead. Somebody needs to take as a program manager or a project manager, something. Project managers who's overlooking this. Where are these people? I think we need to do that all chapter, but you need to do. So I think we all need to get together the coordination. So we need to get you need to call the community development to who the project manager from that side over this project. So we can start working on this as all stakeholders. I said that will be my request to you, Elaine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. This is Elaine again to answer.
Hold on, please. Please hold on, ma'am. Thank you, Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Are there any further questions, comments from the committee, Budget and Finance Committee? With that, hearing none, move forward back to our presenter, Ms. Young.
Thank you for that. Moving forward, we'll go ahead and see exactly where the community development is in regards to the CIP funds for the infrastructure, the power line, and we'll on the Division of Economic Development on our end, we are taking on this project, and the project manager for this project is Franklin Jishi, and Franklin Jishi can go ahead and meet with the individual and look into more of where it's at as far as the community development, the whole chapter, and then from NTUA. So, but I know he's had several meetings with NTUA. So it looks like we need to just do a follow-up with community development individual. I'm not sure, as you mentioned, who the project manager is for that project, but we are in contact with NTUA at this point. Thank you.
CPMD.
Thank you, Ms. Young, for that response again. Any further questions, comments from Budget and Finance Committee?
Chair Genio, this is Peggy.
Peggy, go ahead.
You have an individual with initials AT with their hand up.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to find out who. I did hear somebody say Shantel. I was trying to find out who it was. Is there anybody else?
Andy Thomas with CPMD.
Oh, Andy Thomas. Yes, sir, Mr. Thomas from CPMD. Good afternoon and good to hear you. You have a comment? You have the floor.
Yes, real quick, I'll make it brief. Shananta, I just want to add on to what Ms. Young and Mr. Our delegate Gay, our project manager, the project manager for the Indian Wells commercial site infrastructure is Marlene Haskey. We are working, I am assisting her. So right now, the notice to proceed was issued to NTUA. So they are setting up their construction crew to get power, three-phase power to the site. So I just want to reiterate that Ms. Marlene Haskey is moving on that project. So I think she can coordinate with Ms. Young on this project and also with all the community members and the stakeholders. So I'll make sure I'll forward the information to her. So it is moving forward for Sihasin. There's an amount for 200,000 that's going through for the infrastructure side for the three-phase power to get to the site. So that is moving along. So thank you.
Again, I'm Mr. Thomas for all the work that you do over at CPMD, and I understand you are pretty much all over the place. So, but from my perspective as chair of the Budget and Finance, I really do appreciate all the work that you put into these projects and to make them happen. Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Let's move forward to if there are no further questions on the Indian Wells Economic Development Project. Do we have the Navajo Nation Shopping Centers Incorporated on the line?
Oh, yeah, good afternoon. Navajo Nation Shopping Centers is on the line.
Kashina, you have the floor regarding Sheep Springs development.
Okay, Chair Henyo and to the Budget and Finance Committee members, Otto, the other delegates on the line, and everybody else. Good afternoon. This is Nick Taylor, the CEO of Navajo Nation Shopping Centers, and we're happy to provide the update on the PTF 5-year project regarding the Newcomb Shopping Center. The project cost of $4.5 million. So just a follow-up to what has occurred so far since the last update we provided to BNF, which was in June of last year. From June of last year, we were instructed to set up a joint meeting with the BNF committee for the month of July last year, but that never occurred due to scheduling conflicts, and I believe ARPA was the main focus at that point in time. But for us, shopping centers, we continue to move forward with the project. We were able to have a joint meeting in September of 2021 with the following chapters: the Sheep Springs chapter, Sanasti, Burnham, Newcomb, and us as the shopping centers entity. And the meeting was very beneficial. We were able to give some direction and guidance. We established that shopping centers is the project manager for this project. And we are very pleased that we are the project manager because it allows us to gain some additional experience in becoming a developer across the Navajo Nation. So we're very excited for this. Some of the actions that have occurred since the September 2021 meeting is that the Newcomb chapter, they've been assisting us in scheduling emails and other joint meetings among the other chapters and sharing of information. The Newcomb chapter did secure a resolution, a chapter resolution, approving for a 25-acre land withdrawal and separately a 5-acre land designation for the Navajo Nation shopping centers to use as the project site for the shopping center. So right now, that resolution was passed in November of 2021 by the chapter, and currently, fast forward to today, the Navajo Nation shopping centers, we're currently in the process of doing two things. One, have been working with the Division of Economic Development in submitting a grant agreement to the Navajo Nation to request drawdown of that $4.5 million. As of today, the grant agreement is still in the 164 process, and I found out that it's currently resting with OMB. So at OMB, we're waiting for a contract or business unit number to be assigned to us, and therefore we hope that it continues to move forward. In addition, once we receive the $4.5 million, we're anticipating that should happen sometime before the end of March of this year, after which we should have the funds in April, and we can begin to advance the project onto the next steps. The next steps being that we would continue to work with the Navajo Nation Land Department for the 5 acres, the land designation process for that acreage, and we would go through the formal steps of creating a master plan and entering into lease with Navajo Nation and doing the design engineer A&E engineering bids for selecting a general contractor or engineering service firm to help us with getting the site prepped and ready. We're looking at a development of a shopping center of approximately 14,000 square feet with 7,000 square feet of parking space. And the comparative property that we're looking at is the Navajo Pine Shopping Center located in Navajo, New Mexico. That'll be the comparison as to what we have envisioned for the Newcomb Shopping Center area. Some of the challenges that the issues that have been brought forward to our attention so far is we're continuing to work with the chapters in addressing the off-site infrastructure. We do need to bring water and wastewater utility lines to the project site. We're also aware that the globe itself is still being impacted by the pandemic, so there's still some supply chain disruptions, and of course with the increase in prices due to inflation. So those are all factors we're considering. We would really like to have the grant agreement completed and finalized as quickly as possible. That way we minimize disruptions to the shopping center build out and what we have envisioned for the center itself. So that's my quick update, and I thank you for your time, and I now return the floor back to you, Chair Henio.
Chair Henio?
Chairman Henio?
Okay, I'm sorry. I had a phone call from my family member here, but with this, thank you, Mr. Taylor, for your report. With this regarding Sheep Spring Navajo Nation development, Budget and Finance Committee, any questions, comments? Any comments or questions, Budget and Finance Committee or 24th Navajo Nation Council?
Chairman
Chair
Henio,
Henio.
this is Delegate Yellow Hair.
Oh, Delegate Yellow Hair, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, Hernández, Celeste, Chairman. Peggy, I just wanted my culture up here. In Indian Wells Economic Development, 3.7 million. I think we're still on that project right now. We're still having a meeting on that one, yeah. Still.
Well, the next one, which is
Newcomb. Okay.
NTUA.
What is causing
So Delegate Trujillo here.
Star
Okay, with
six.
that, any further questions, comments?
Chair Henio, this is Nick Taylor. I'd like to add some more comments.
Mr. Taylor, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, Chair Henio, just for additional information as what happened during that September 2021 meeting among the joint chapters. The chapters, we posed a question to them: do you want to have the project be at Sheep Springs, New Mexico, or Newcomb, New Mexico? And the chapters all agreed that Newcomb would be the site location of the project. So that's where we're at with the site location. It's at Newcomb, New Mexico, and it's going to be at what they call the Burnham Junction, which is 3.5 miles north of the Newcomb chapter house. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor, for that additional information. I don't think there's any questions or comments from the committee. I have not heard anybody asking this. So with this, Mr. Taylor, thank you. Thank you for providing this updated report. Moving along to the next item, which would be the Blue Gap C-Story. Peggy, who's the presenter for this?
Sorry, Chair. It's going to be Mr. William McCabe, for the next two projects, the Blue Gap C-Store and the Chinley gas station.
I'll get you in the nomination, oil and gas. Mr. McCabe, are you on the line?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. I am on the line. Can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you loud and clear, Mr. McCabe. So you have the floor.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Budget and Finance Committee, and Mr. Vice Chair, Delegate Smith, other members of the committee. Pleased to be on the line with you and all the other delegates that are participating in this quarterly update for BNF Permanent Trust Fund and Sihasin Fund. So we have Navajo Nation Oil and Gas Company received 2 tranches of money, of funds from the Permanent Trust Fund, 2.4 million for the Blue Gap C-Store rebuild, and 1.0 million, 1 million even, for the Chinley C-Store rebuild. As far as progress to date, we recently received our signed grant agreement from the Office of the President, Vice President, President Nez's signature on that, authorizing the transfer of the 2.4 million for the Blue Gap rebuild, so that we can initiate the expenditure and the project. We're awaiting a companion document from the President's office for the 1.0 million Chinley rebuild. We expect that shortly. If Mr. Perry's on the line, he might be able to comment on that progress of that document as well. So with the monies available, transfer of the monies for the 2.4 million for the Blue Gap, we're initiating the process for the expenditure of funds towards the Blue Gap rebuild. We've initiated the steps where we have retained a consultant for the project. He is a C-Store design and operations expert. He participated in the Twin Arrows C-Store project and has a number of projects under his belt for with regard to C-store construction and design. So we retained him. We've been working with him off and on with our C-store operations as it is anyway. We're going to be making deposits for some of the large construction items, i.e. Fuel tanks and canopies. There is a waiting list, a backlog due to supply chain issues. I think we've all heard of these supply chain issues. There is an estimated 50 to 80 week delay in the delivery of fuel tanks and canopies. So we're putting a deposit down now for those two items, so we can at least move forward, have those in the queue. We are beginning our site investigation. We'll be doing a topographic survey, looking at where our utilities will be located, and doing a soils report where we're going to be constructing this is all for Blue Gap, for constructing the Blue Gap C-store. We're initiating our schematic design, so a site plan, floor plan, the operations plan, your traffic flow, and then of course the building design itself. All these are ongoing with the initiation of the funds in the towards Navajo Nation Oil and Gas Company. And then of course we move into our construction documents. We'll be looking at the permits required for construction, and of course bids will be going out, certainly focusing on Navajo preference for those bids. We've had some project delays up till now. Recently is COVID. I think we've all dealt with the COVID issues. I've heard some of the other projects mention their delays during COVID. Ours was similar circumstances with COVID. And now, as I mentioned before, we have the supply chain delays, 50 to 80 week wait list for large construction items. Nonetheless, though, we're moving forward with the initial project process for Blue Gap. Some of the pending items in progress as well. It turns out that the Blue Gap lease is actually a BIA lease. Back when the leases were turned over from BIA to Navajo Nation, a few of those leases fell through the cracks. The Blue Gap lease happens to be one of those. We're in the process of novating the BIA lease to a Navajo Nation lease. We're working with the Chinle RBDO as we speak on that matter. So it's all these are concurrent action items. And we're also working with the Blue Gap chapter to parse approximately 1 acre of the existing 3.47 acre lease to the chapter. Their anticipated use will be for a police substation. We've also worked with Apache County Sheriff Joe Dedman on this activity as well. He's been cued in on our efforts there. We anticipate groundbreaking early in 2023, calendar year, early 2023, again, due to the delays cited above. And then our estimated project completion, we would think would be mid-2023. That's all for the Blue Gap store. As I mentioned, we're awaiting a finalized document from the Office of the President, Vice President. And with that receipt of that document, our Chinle project will also be on a parallel track with the Blue Gap project. It might be noted as well that the 2.4 million will most likely be supplemented with funds from the company, from Navajo Nation Oil and Gas Company, as we have seen a cost increase, largely due to COVID and supply chain issues. We've seen cost increases for construction items. We're estimating upwards towards $1 million. So the 2.4 million for Blue Gap may very well turn into 3.5 million or 3.4 million. We're working on those actual final budget items internally, but there may be funds coming from the company on the Blue Gap store. And then obviously with the Chinle funding allocation at 1.0 million, we'll be pulling funds from the company as well for the completion of that project, also estimating at 3.0 to 3.5 million. That, sir, Mr. Chairman, is the report summary to date for this quarter. I am certainly on the line for questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. That's for both the Blue Gap and the Chinle gas station?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Shane, thank you for that report, Mr. McKay. With this, Mr. Tony Perry, are you on the line? Mr. Tony Perry? Okay, with that, back to the committee, Budget and Finance Committee. Are there any questions, comments for Mr. Bill McCabe?
Delegate Begay.
Commissioner Das, Delegate Almer PBG. Delegate Almer PBG, you have the floor.
Okay, somebody meet me again. Jimmy does it. I'm meeting Nashili. Nasleniga Budget and Finance Committee, Nasleniga is not Traki. I don't know, on in Nasleniga, just at the economy, just keep it all. I don't know, I say that to you guys. So, but, I think, Bill McCabe from, oil and gas, this way I kind of understand it, that he reported on that. Because, I always know that, from, Division of Economic Development, I don't go see the Creole base, so I don't need matching fund from there. This is a community project, and I understand that this Blue Gap store yard is not really making any profit, but the reason why it's in that remote area. It's in a very remote area, but as you can see that if you can know the community there, they're low income or like kid in I don't know the bigger places. I've been to their ceremonies in those areas. Yeah, you have to be really careful. Especially during the summer, they and so you have to be really careful going through that at night for ceremonies. Yeah, so that's how this community is. So I understand that it's not really making any profit, but as far as I know, that the oil and gas are putting money in there just to have a store available for them, and then gas available for them, and then especially for like EMTs and I don't know, the public safety. That I hate that. But a lot of times, there was a broken into that stores. Even now, they have a chain link fence around it, and everything. So some of these areas are not like that, but but they're still operating it. So I was wanting to know how much the Navajo Nation Division of Economic Development or contributing to this community for that. Is there somebody that's there that's working on it to maybe a matching to that? Other delegates and Lenny, that there's two delegates from there. What are they based on for economic development or any? So I was wondering why is there anybody that's there that's willing to help the oil and gas? Hey, about this case, Chair Henry, thank you. That's my question.
For your question. Any further questions, comments from the committee, Budget and Finance Committee? Then I'll defer back to Mr. McCabe.
Yeah, Speaker, Chairman, this is Delegate Yella here.
You have the floor.
Okay, Quaggy, the Blue Gap Seed Store, Quaggy, Shisnalua, on my way to Black Mesa. I wondered, is there any problems with the store? I noticed that their products are really high price, foods are really high price too in that Blue Gap store. And for that reason, everybody just drive through. Maybe Speedway, look for gas and these type of stuff that we need a good competitions right there in Blue Gap C-store. There's more questions. Is there issues? If there's a problem, and how much is the income statement is coming in from Blue Gap C-store? It is not even Shantel, Chairman. Anyhow.
For your question. Back to Mr. McCabe. Response.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. With regard to Councilman Begay's question on funding, the store, the Blue Gap store on its own, we have a challenge to be profitable at that store, given the location, the remote location, but also the level of employment that we use at that Blue Gap store. We want to make sure that our employees are well taken care of, given that the remote area. So with that as a standalone basis, that store is challenged to make a profit. But in our overall downstream activity, all our C-store activity combined, we are at a profitable level. So we're willing to, as a company, subsidize, I'll just use that word, subsidize that particular location, the Blue Gap location, knowing that it is pretty much a staple for that community to be able to, as mentioned, to be able to get fuel, to be able to get items. We try to carry not just your everyday C-store items, your snacks, but we try to carry other food items as well that would benefit and serve the community. And that's really the purpose of our downstream business unit, Mr. Chairman and delegates, is really to serve the community, to provide employment for the Navajo communities, and to serve the community in remote areas. With regard to Mr. Yellowhair's question, there are some issues on that. Again, with issues with Blue Gap, we've had some transient activity that threaten sometimes the security of the personnel at that store and even the customers. We've actually provided security personnel now at that store. Again, that makes it even a greater challenge to realize a profit at that store, but it's nonetheless, we're there to serve the community. We are literally, as we speak, engaged in forming our budget for the fiscal year 2023, which begins April 1st. And we have looked at how we can better operate Blue Gap store from a pricing and competitive level. Again, with some of the subsidies coming from our overall profit from business unit, we think we'll be able to, again, be competitive with both our fuel and our in-store merchandise. With the new store, the construction of the new store, we will look to use the current building. We want to put, I'm going to use this term, like a TNR type store. We want to be able to serve the community with other items besides C-store items. So we'll retain the current building and convert that into other items that would serve the community. And then, of course, our new store would be a traditional C-store offerings, along with fuel and, again, employment. And then, also, that Blue Gap store houses the United States Post Office. So it's critical that that store be in operation, and particularly with the new store we have designed in the new post office as well. So it serves the community many-fold in that location. I hope that answers the question, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
And thank you, Mr. McCabe, for providing that response. I'll go back to the committee, Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments?
Follow-up question, Sula.
Go ahead.
I think I asked a question to Division of Economic Development. Oil and gas is not just to try to do some matching from them. Is those like okay? That anybody that doing anything for that from there? Any legislations or any requests that are made to Division of Economic Development. I'm not sure who's actually working with oil and gas regarding the Blue Gap station. My question, Chair.
I did call upon Mr. Tony Perry, as he was mentioned earlier in their presentation, but Mr. Perry with Division of Economic Development is not responding. Mr. Tony Perry, are you on the line?
Mr. Chairman Henio, if you have time, I'd like to make a comment.
Okay. With this, there's no response from Mr. Perry, Division of Economic Development. So maybe hopefully somebody will come back on. But with this, I'll defer to the committee. But Delegate Keon McGee, you have the floor. Keon McGee.
Good afternoon, Chair.
Chair Henio, I think that was Tony Perry on the call.
Okay. I don't know if you can still hear me.
Mr. Perry. Good afternoon, Chair Henio. This is Tony Perry from Economic.
Oh, yeah, Mr. Perry, thank you for joining us. Did you just barely get on the call?
No, I was listening. I was trying to get on the time you called me, and by the time I pressed *6, it didn't work, so sorry.
Okay. You have the floor if you provide responses.
Yeah, just picking up on the presentation by Mr. McCabe here with oil and gas. For Blue Gap, the grant agreement has pretty much been complete, and what's going to happen is that all the money that's allocated, 2.4, will be given to oil and gas to develop their store, the rebuilt, and those documents were finally signed and delivered to OOC, Navajo Nation Office of Controller, to distribute to all the parties. So it's kind of like a done deal now. But the question Mr. Delegate Begay posed was that, is there any matching from DED? Here, we look at the Navajo Nation Oil and Gas, that they have the financial resources to undertake this development, matching their own resources with the permit trust fund. So oil and gas has not come to DED, said, hey, we need some contribution. We pretty much know one another, and they have the financial resources. So those are my feedback, Chair Henio. Thank you.
Again, Mr. Perry, and thank you for coming on the line to provide some responses. With this, back to the committee, Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments? If not, I'd like to call upon Delegate Keon McGee. Are you back on the line?
Can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you now.
Okay. Two things regarding the Blue Gap. Kodoni and Mr. Perry, there's no official request by oil and gas to indicate just now that Mr. McCabe had indicated that they'll need additional funding internally. I'm not sure if we're if there is an official request that starts the process of asking funding from the nation. So as of today, I'm not told that there needs additional funding. The Vision Economic Development, they're not being asked. So I guess that's the response. Now, the other thing too is that the profit is that if we just look at profit and not invest into a community, yes, majority of our community will be traveling further distance to get the essential items such as food and gas. So yes, it is a remote area. That's a good justification to have this particular service in that area. We also have nearby 2 schools, the JTS School in Low Mountain and also Cottonwood Day School. Now, the one thing that the community is asking for this for an upgrade, the thing is that and that's what I've been pressing the oil and gas. Eat the natural on a daily basis, not necessarily what they eat on a daily basis, but more essential items. And things like that. That will probably encourage people to make visits and buy items from that store. Although the premiums of gas availability the 3 grades of gasoline so there's several communities post office that's located inside the store. Every month it's another and then we also been asking, and I think they still do, but check cashing that so should there be an official request, surely I can start initiating the progress or process. But as you know, that the president is saying that but if that's the case, Mr. McCabe, maybe if there is a need additional funding, maybe we can sit down and talk with the Division of Economic Development and see if there would be any funding that could be allocated to this project. So as you know, in the 5th year, so over the 5 years plus the pandemic, the cost of it has almost increased. So we need to put those in consideration. Budget after 5 or 6 years, based on so I think that should be really the focus, to provide a service to our Navajo people within the area. I mean, I'm sure each and every store had at one time or not, or any other time had a break-in or a robbery. That's an ongoing theme. But nonetheless, if we just look at profit to say that the peso is either, I mean, how many people are we going to give them more hardship to travel even further, especially ultra not the get other the nakun that the just non niki la the nandas shot oh you in Chinley area at the hospital and I don't know what your Pinyon High School that the shit that in niche go oh you na kwake they travel a lot go out at store yes it is somewhat in a remote area. We have a lot of beneficial the now unit out and different communities. I believe some even work in Window Rock. Out the Jahaki, out the Inishiki, other than that, she upon not the Hakaha that she other than that couldn't have that the Wale, which go hope you got that. It a bit not out there, that's not that the Jahaston, which go hospital. For long, other Kims can go there. I don't have chins which go hope you just off go out at the. So I think these are some areas, and I know that it's also to some extent the Navajo Hoop Land Ajib borderline, Navajo County. So that's my justifications, and yes, that's one of my chapter. I'm really supporting it and making the effort to upgrade. I mean, sooner or later, the intersection, such as the one in Burnside or something of that nature, is one of the things that they're looking at. Public safety, projects and then keep up in the store. Big cadency, as far as so that's how I really fully support oil and gas to reestablish and upgrade safety. To add more, laundromat is another area that we're really asking for them to establish as well. So just imagine if the nearest is probably in Pinyon or Chinley area. So you're talking about almost 20 to 30 miles to travel just to do laundry. So those are some things that we're asking the oil and gas to do. So in Habakun and Anothiniki, a cohort Egway, Kodon hit Nandiniki, Hadashi, and that has Egiki, Quag Alapi, Puppet, the Nades in the store, Quag Shishikat of Justment Arch, Budget Finance. So let's put up a laundromat. Let's put up a nice post office. Let's put up a nice facility such as routine or propane. The scene that cut the door. I don't the door. I don't ishin to argue yego. Not losing diniki. The nev out a baby ye not this ishin kodo. That age sato. A quite good. Not loshi pepe na anishito da shin da hanoyat eto hodon jondo lesson so baban such cases zinge. So what excellent honestly, so I played to the budget and finance. So knowing that Mr. McCabe have indicated that there will be additional funding to be added to this particular funding, then maybe we need to have a meeting and talk and sit down with economic development office and then the budget and finance.
Terhinio, I think we lost his call again.
Hello? Delegate Keelan McGee Jr., are you still on the call? I think we did leave his call, but he did get his point across. So,
Chairman, this is Delegate Yellen.
Hold on, please hold on, Shantel. So with that, we do probably need to explore this further. As far as what Delegate Keelan McGee Jr. has stated on the record. So with that, let's move forward to further questions. Delegate Jimmy over here.
Oh, here now today you're about here today. Now yeah, about it any. I need a blue cap store. You tell some later that it's needed. There's one royal area that's really helped the bad gas or the bigger or protein or a hotel no yeah bahan. Johnny yet or this you a caribous trade the hello in that area. You thought also you got earlier were very good and competitive. Thank you, Mr. McKay, your report. This is one of the profits C-store here by here in Shiro. In that quick county, any Shiro other, this regarded, share with that, cut cheap in that whole year there. Others, she able to say that Lord, if you get a tone that you see. You guessed that, no. Yeah, honey. Here, Mr. McKay, thank you to the chairman, Henio, and also Vice Chair of my colleagues. Here, let you can now, you have one get. You and then that is me. Once about not see all this. Thank you to that key element. Thank you very much. Here, we're a tag team. Here, thank you to the Henio.
Good day, and Delegate Jimmy over here for your comments. And with that, it was Colleen.
Delegate Begay.
Oh, it's not that. Delegate, I'm going to be Begay.
I had a follow-up on the response from Mr. Perry out on the I know that Mr. McCabe from Oil and Gas, it's challenging, but so we all understand that, and then we're all on Jimmy over here, we're all on Navajo Land Commission, so we all understand that those people through the response Young or Hard Rock, that's what they say. We're struggling through that. So it's a challenging from oil and gas. Which really thankful that they're doing that. Enterprise to do that for us, which we cannot do. Not only but how can we help this our tribal enterprise? We have our own government here that looks over these kind of people too. But we're just waiting to say they're not asking for any funding to have, but we know we're a government, so we should start asking to help our enterprise too. Maybe we should start getting involved in it to based on so we can help this enterprise because a lot of I shouldn't need you in this store. You see, it's not hot in the but they live in this remote areas, and then also with the Hopi Land Commission. So I think I'm encouraging maybe we could look further. Let's check into that again. See, Navajo Land Commission. We can do a resolution from their area. We can start addressing with this Navajo Land Commission out of the resolution to help, maybe through the permanent trust fund, those citizen funds to help oil and gas. I think that's what we need to do. Chair Henio. So another thing also.
Understanding again, so that Mr. McCabe, Mr. Perry, if you guys could come together and decide what is needed to move forward with this project, the two projects. Because you have Blue Gap and then you have Chidley on the agenda, and moving it with that. And as you heard from Delegate Elmer PBGA, he said that Navajo Hopi Land Commission has a lot of money, and they can donate a lot of money to this project. Is that right? Delegate Elmer PBGA?
I think that's what I heard.
People.
He was breaking up, bro.
Let's move forward. So, Mr. McCabe, Mr. Perry, yeah, if you could do a meeting, because right now, as a committee, Budget and Finance Committee, we're unaware of what the unmet needs are, or what the needs are, if there are any. And if there are some, then yes, please come together for that meeting and let the committee know here. If there are none, same thing, just let us know that everything's being taken care of, and that way we can start keeping moving on this project to make it a reality. As far as all the other projects that we have across the nation, as we heard this morning, with the Crown Point C-Store, Crown Point Hotel, Shiprock Hotel, and all these economic development opportunities that we have, Iggy, let's all work towards getting those completed. Shantel, Delegate Jimmy over here.
Okay, so under a Navajo Hopi Land Commission, we don't have that much money. We need more money on that side too for the people, relocatees, benefit-frees, on the we need millions of dollars out there too. So there's none for Navajo Hopi Land Commission. Thank you, Chairman. It is here.
Let's move forward. As we've pretty much heard from our presenters, again, Mr. McCabe and Mr. Perry, for coming before the committee and providing an update. And we look forward to hearing from you, both of you, in the next quarter. With this last item on this agenda is the Piña project. And who's the presenter? Is it Mr. Perry or is it somebody else, Peggy?
Oh, Mr. Chair, this is Mr. McCabe. Thank you, sir. Okay, I'm signing off now.
You go ahead. Thank you.
Chair Henio, I'm not really sure, but I think it might be Martina Yazzie.
Okay, Martina Yazzie for Piñon. Piñon Multi-Purpose Office. Okay, I'm sorry.
Good afternoon.
About this, oh, Piñon Multi-Purpose Office Complex.
Good afternoon.
$2.85 billion. And who's this?
Good afternoon, Mr. Henio, members of the Budget and Finance Committee and the Oversight. This is Martina Yazzie from Chinle Regional Business Development Office. Am I coming in loud and clear?
Oh, we can hear you.
Hello? Okay, great. All right, so I will go ahead and do my report on the Piñon Multi-Purpose Office Complex. This is a project with the Chinle RBDO. We are working in conjunction with the project development and implementing the funding for this project. To begin with, the RBDO began working with the cleanup of the abandoned business site back in 2010. When we remediated the soil contamination, we also resurveyed the business site acreage and have also updated the ground clearances. A traffic study was done along with a feasibility study. The Piñon chapter proposed a multi-purpose office complex to be located on this site. And therefore, at that time, the Whippoorwill RBDO contracted a consultant to determine the feasibility of this project. The result of that study was very favorable, and it was found that there were more than a few programs that were seeking building for their office spaces. The delay in implementing the budget and expensing the funds for the multi-purpose office complex has been the lack of identifying a lessee, and also the contractual technicalities of administering and executing the demolition cleanup project. These two items has recently been secured, and so the Navajo Nation Shopping Center Incorporation has been working with our office to initiate a business site lease. By assuring that we have a lessor for this site, this allows how the business will expend the fund. And so they're working with the project development and doing a grant agreement, and Mr. Perry will expand more on that. The Shopping Center Incorporation will also further provide the details and elaborate more on their plans on using this business site. The Chinle RBDO thanks the Budget and Finance and all the monies that are being made available for this project. Thank you.
Caroline, for your report. I think there's this one issue that came up this morning when OMB was providing their report, that there is no business unit set up for this project, and therefore it's a cause of concern because this is the 5th year, and if there's no business unit, that means that there's no budget set up. So what's in the RBDO doing about this, Ms. Yazzie?
Okay, so I mentioned that recently the chapter has brought in the Shopping Center Incorporation, and so we're working with them, and we're working on a business site lease. And the Shopping Center, Nick Taylor and Raymond Nopa, they are working on providing a budget and a cost breakdown of how the funds will be used. And based on that, they are also working with the project development to initiate a grant agreement. And once they are done with those, we should have some numbers to work with and submitting some budget forms. Thank you, Mr. Hino.
Thank you for that response. With this Budget and Finance Committee, are there any questions or comments regarding the opinion development?
Chair Henio, this is Nick Taylor from Shopping Centers.
Mr. Taylor?
So, Mr. Delegate Begay spoke first.
Delegate Amr P. Begay, were you wishing to speak?
Chair Henio, Adot Shamatot Martina Yazzie, Yate, this is Dr. Begay. My question is there any operating funds set up for this? How would be the maybe the pay for the O&M that operating cost? Can you share it with us? Thank you.
Question for Chinle RBDO, Ms. Yazzie.
Mr. Elmer Begay, question that you asked, I think would be more appropriately be answered by the Navajo Nation Shopping Center. They will talk about what their budget looks like and what their expenses would be that they will incur. Thank you.
Thank you for that response, Ado. Mr. Nick Taylor, question from Delegate Elmer P. Begay regarding operating costs and so forth. Mr. Nick Taylor?
Probably muted.
So I had myself muted. Sorry about that. This is Nick Taylor, Nana, from Navajo Nation Shopping Centers. Hihat to DNF for allowing shopping centers to join this part of the conversation in this part of the agenda. So just for additional information about what has happened so far with this project. So the Pinyon chapter did reach out to the Navajo Nation shopping centers, asking for some assistance with this multi-purpose building office complex. And we did have one meeting with the Pinyon chapter, and the Pinyon chapter was okay with working with shopping centers to get this project moving forward. Well, where we're at right now is we're not, shopping centers hasn't moved forward yet, only because we're waiting to get proper guidance from the Division of Economic Development, the Pinyon chapter, about the legislation language. The legislation language, it doesn't specify that the chapter can work with Navajo Nation shopping centers. And we're waiting to get additional clarification through the actual legislative language from the Division of Economic Development. But to add further information, I'd like to have the Navajo Nation Shopping Center's General Manager, Mr. Raymond Nopa, provide additional information at this point. Mr. Nopa, I'm passing the mic off to you, guys.
Yes.
Okay,
Got
Mr. Hold on, though. Mr. Taylor and Mr. Nopa, one thing that we heard this morning from Navajo Nation Office of Management and Budget is that there is no business unit set up because there's no budget that has been submitted to the Office of Management and Budget. With no business unit, that means that this project is almost non-existent, and therefore monies cannot be drawn down if there's no business unit and what line item to use. So therefore, the question that came from Delegate Elmer P. Begay, that business unit needs to be set up before any operating costs could be set up. Otherwise, if there's no action on moving, it's subject to any delegate that can introduce a legislation to amend this legislation to take that money for their own specific project if they wish to do so. So just be mindful of that to the Navajo Nation Shopping Centers Incorporated. Mr. Nopa?
Yes, good afternoon, Shantel, members of the Budget and Finance Committee and Chairman Henio. So, regards to the business unit, the last one by night in Mr. Henio. So we submitted our grant agreement with Economic Development in November 1, 2021. So a picture so na. So a grant agreement the president so based so Quaggy so we're just waiting for the grant agreement to be finalized. A Newcomb shopping center. The Nana Kuja Pinyon a Aqua November at a adult chapter officials on the desk. They asked us to so in the spirit of collaboration, so it's not an Newcomb will proceed with the grant agreement back with Division of Economic Development. And so economic development which I put on things. Akon the quaggy IORC scope quag a not the kit a in here that legislation CAP 1916 out of a central agency I base of Jacoto Nisano called the shopping center aid or the budget a Christota. Ada the quagging hit most la a banai these kids. A hajo quaggy a not saucy at Jatago. Grant agreement at Jatago. Aro a Navajo Nation Council quaggy itam based of the Yanin na Aro a quaggy a yadilla a yado shopping center a ba yada hada. We don't know so quaggy by giant need. So I couldn't fight at need. So not sausage yado that where we stand ready to initiate our grant agreement and proceed to submit our application with Division of Economic Development. Upon the Quaggy, we want to make sure that the Department of Justice, the OMB, with the Quaggy on the OMK, up in how hot in the zone. So Quaggy has your elto things. But I don't know, Mr. Elmer began, I think, or a tato that a base for that a hard take that a sape or scare over that up on net things no economic development. Because she a quaggy a hitoshi a because by night these kids will be asking economic development and we'll be asking other sources of funding too. So that's something that we'll keep doing with identifying other sources of funding. And so, but nevertheless, say a grant agreement, he's all based on 2.85 in the league. So for a not so seeing the that is means to young that a artist should a will start preparing other documentation to request for other additional funding. Out of the operations, so with we want to assure that that it's a feasible project, that we have good tenants into the project. Basically, each energy, so a business could a business and so based on it. So based on either basic and either. So a operation was so a business so what Mr. Elmer Bigay a starting lineage Jahana seat on the so what provide some additional information, Mr. Henio. Thank you. Yeah.
Mr. Dopa, for your input on the progress that's being made on this project here. With this, back to Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments? If not, that takes care of all of our under projects under the PTF.
Chairman,
so,
this is Delegate Yellow here.
Delegate Yellow here, you have the floor.
Chairman, Select Permanent Trust Fund, 5-year expenditure plan by processing fund project. I know I'll probably be a little bit out of order. I would like to first, it's not about this initiative. Maybe this is a good time to bring this up. There is a Indian Wells Economic Development for 3.7 million. J-Biology, number 11 J-Biology. About this Cincinnati, maybe it's a good time to bring this forth to you, my colleagues. based on this information, the report Indian Wells Economic Development Project, it says 3.7 million because there is $700,000 is belong to Little Colorado River Corporation's economic development. 700,000, 3 million Indian Wells Economic Development Project. That I'd like to bring this information to a economic development but the whole legislation that that is my comments and my suggestions to the chairman, the vice chairman, and my colleagues. Thank you very much for the floor. Thank you.
Agustina, for your comments. With that, are there any further comments, questions? Committee members on the opinion development. That takes care of all of our funded projects under the PTF. Sihasin fund projects at the bottom of our agenda. And we have 79 million on bulk water projects. Mr. Jason John, are you on the line? Mr. Jason John? Jason John, first call. Star 6 if you need to. Jason John, second call. Navajo Nation Water Management Branch. Jason John, third and final call. Moving forward, CKP Insurance, they will be doing a presentation on February 8th, 2022 at their corporate offices in Scottsdale, Arizona. So they wanted to reserve this time for their report, full report. Item 3, Navajo CDFI, Mr. Tom Gordon for 20 million. Mr. Tom Gordon.
Hello. Yeah, Shanat Ani. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, Mr. Gordon. You have the floor.
Yalla. I'm proud to give this report to everybody. I hope everybody got the copy of the brochure that we also have. But I'd like to turn the time over to our chairman, Andy Nakai, and our vice chair, Tom Ranger, if that's possible. Thank you.
Yeah, Deshnant, this is Andy Nakai. Can you guys hear me?
Oh, yes, can hear you.
Yeah, Deshnant, here, the CDFI, the board chairman, just want to give a brief report on what our status is, what's happening these days on our stuff we have. One of the most important things that I wanted to tell you guys is that the pandemic has been hard on our whole Navajo community, which includes all of our small business. So we decided, with the guidance of our shareholders and our reps, we decided to put a hold on the collection of the loans that we have outstanding with some of those folks that are out there because of the loan payments, because the pandemic, they're not able to function, and we're not going to go after them. We're just going to wait for them to get themselves back in place. So with all of that's happening, we just put a lot of their loan payments on hold, but there are some that are very still making their payments as contracted with them. So, and that's where we are with them today. And I'll just turn the time over to Mr. Gordon.
Chair, this is the vice chairman with CDFI, Tom Ranger. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you, Mr. Ranger.
Okay. I just wanted to support what the chair said, Mr. Nakai. And there are some businesses, like you said, they're continuing to, make their loan payments, but very few. The idea is that even though, some of the restrictions have been lifted from the health department, Navajo Nation Health Department, it's been at limited capacity. Most of it's like half. A lot of the, businesses, restaurants, and what have you. And even with that, there seems to be continued precaution, if you will. This pandemic, COVID, and there are different strands and what have you, and the numbers are still there. And so I think there's been a lot of precautions still extended in terms of mandatory masks and spacing and so forth and so on. So what we're hearing is several of these businesses are still struggling even at that. Some have actually, I think, are on the verge of really struggling to maybe consider whether they'll even continue to be in business. So this has really hit the core of small business Navajo right now. And so again, nothing has come back to full capacity, of course, what it was pre-pandemic. And so that continues to be a struggle. And we're working really hard with all of these different loans that we have to make sure that at least they stay in business, and that hopefully the virus will be more contained, and vaccination and so forth, and shots and boosters, that maybe another 6 to 9 months that people can come back and be somewhat functional to where they're profitable and being able to sustain their business and have that sustainability. I just wanted to follow up Mr. Nakais with that comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for this report. Mr. Gordon, do you have anything more to add?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The hardest part of all this, of course, is seeing everybody locked down and unable to make a profit. And where that leaves us is, most of our clientele unable to make their payments to the loans, which, we're supposed to be self-sustaining. And that's where we're at right now, waiting. We have a bit of loan loss reserve left, and we're hoping that'll jumpstart these businesses when all the restrictions are lifted and they can get back out there and start going again. And we've got some great opportunities coming down the line with Treasury and the Small Business Administration getting more and more loans out there. You've heard from...
My number is 928-318.
Sorry.
43.
Oh, hi. We're waiting to hear. Sorry.
I think okay, I think he's muted now. We're gonna get the rest of his Visa card number and his expiration and his 3 security code, but he cut it off. So go ahead, Mr. Gordon.
Okay, Shane. Thank you. The best thing we have on the horizon is the Small Business Administration has some funding that they've allocated to the tribes. And earlier today, you've heard on your agenda several of our clients that have reported to you, about many things, Crown Point, C-stores, all kinds of different things. But we were glad to help get them up and going. And of course, the pandemic came along and kind of has stifled everything. But we're ready to go. And as soon as we get through this and have everybody back on track, we should be moving forward in a positive manner and bringing more and more services to the community, especially as it, agrees with access to capital. Because as you know, when you go around to the border banks, we don't get anything from any of them or any banks on the reservation for that matter. And Navajo Nation has a number of banks, from a very large bank, which I won't mention again, and they just provide ATM services. They don't provide access to capital for people here. And that's our role. We're your bank until you get one going. And we provide loans for people from all the way down from the micro loans all the way up to matching funds for community projects like the ones in Crown Point, Shantel, Church Rock. There's several that are out there, but wanted you to know that we're still alive and kicking out here, although we've lost a few of our clients to this pandemic, and it's been a hard slog for quite a number of them. And as you can imagine, and as you know, probably more than everybody and you're in the leadership positions, you hear all these things and you see them in your own communities. We stand ready as soon as this is opened up to help people get back on their feet with loans. And our chairman Nakai had mentioned to you that with the advice and counsel of our shareholder representatives from within the council, we're not going after anybody for not paying their loans at this moment in time. The board took a resolution out to say we're going to put that on the back burner and say, okay, let's put everybody on hold for right now. It's been a trying time for us operationally, but we've done that in response to the needs of the community, and we're glad to be here when everybody's ready to go. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Gordon, for the update report from Navajo CDFI. Shantel, Budget and Finance Committee members, are there any questions, comments regarding Navajo CDFI? If not, if there's no questions for Mr. Tom Gordon or his presenters, we'll move forward to item number 4 on the agenda, which is NTUA. Shantel, here. Okay, Mr. Navajo CDFI.
Oh,
go ahead, Shantel.
Anyway, I'd like to say thank you, Mr. Gordon and Mr. Nakai. I don't $20 million. If I'm in the right order, I would like to submit a legislation for $20 million for CDFI. I'll be working with Mr. Nakai and Mr. Gordon. This is my short comments. I'll support it 100% for our small business.
For your comment. With that, if there are no further comments on Navajo CDFI, we'll move forward to Navajo Technical University. Mr. Elmer Guy, are you on the line? Navajo Technical University, a representative, $14.3 million. NTU representatives, first call. NTU representatives, second call. NTU representatives, third and final call. Let's move forward to the last item on our agenda, which is Navajo Tribal Utility Authority, $100 million for power lines and chapter projects. Reference to CAP 3518. NTUA, is there a representative on the line?
Good afternoon, Chairman. This is Rex Kuntz, Deputy General Manager with NTUA. I believe we have Luella Chi, one of our project managers, electric project managers, on the call. I'll allow her to elaborate. She manages those projects in that particular funded group of homes. I hope she's still on the line. Our phones dropped earlier for a period of time, and we all had to log back in. So, Ms. Chi, are you on the line?
Hey, Ms. Chi. Okay, with this, I guess Mr. Kuntz, maybe provide what you can to the committee. We did have a spreadsheet that she was going to share. Like I said, our phone systems, the outside phone systems went down in the area here, and we all dropped off the call, and some of us have not been able to get back on the call. So she was going to share that with you, but if she's not on the call, we won't be able to present that report. I would submit that we could provide that written report to you and get back on another meeting and go through that with you, if you would like. Yes, Mr. Cruz, that would work. Yes, you provide the committee a written report of what she was supposed to present, and then from there we will look at it, and if there are questions regarding that, we will certainly reach out to you, Mr. Coons. Great. We thank you for the opportunity. I did want to also elaborate to this committee. I know you were calling for Jason John, and it didn't sound like he was on the call with regard to both PTF and Sihasin dollars are allocated towards water. There were three groups that were allocated water in that action. It was the water management group under Jason John. NTUA got an allocation, and also the Indian Health Service. NTUA did not have any projects under PTF, but we did receive about $63 million worth of projects, construction projects. The legislation required us to leverage those dollars. In other words, the projects that we submitted were not fully funded, and we had to go through a process of soliciting other dollars through EPA, IHS, USDA, state grants, and whatnot. And we have a report that we used to provide to the BNF committee quarterly, and we updated that report. And if we can get our people back on the line, we could provide that. But I would submit that we'll give you that report at the same time we give you the power line report at a future meeting. But it does show you that we took the dollars. We had $132 million worth of projects. 63.5 was funded through Sihasin. Those dollars were also granted in the form of a loan. So these are dollars that once we draw them, we start paying it back. So that money will come back to the nation with a little bit of interest on top of it. But we did solicit dollars, and right now we have a total allocated of $143 million, I believe. So we more than doubled the amount that was provided to us in that loan. And we do have probably about a third of the projects have been completed, but our report would give you that detail. And since we're unable to get our staff back online, we can bring that report to you. The last piece that I'd like to inform you about is the council at that time did allocate $79 million to Indian Health Service for projects, water and wastewater projects. Those are service projects. My conversations with Indian Health Service recently, they told me informally that they had drawn about 30 million of it, but there was still 49 million that had not been drawn down. I'm assuming those dollars are still in your bank account and earning interest. I heard some comment about money sitting there earning interest. But I would also submit that Indian Health Service, through their sanitation deficiency system, is going to be receiving a large allocation of money through that channel. And I would suggest that you might consider de-obligating that 49 million that they didn't draw and let them fund those projects through SBS. And you could retain the 49 million, and the nation could use that for other purposes. But that's detail and things that you may want to get the IHS online, and the controller's office may be able to confirm what I'm reporting. I'm just passing on my conversations with Indian Health Service. But it did sound like 49 had not been withdrawn, but that was still in the nation's possession.
So I'll submit that, and we'll wait for the next meeting, and we will provide those two reports, written reports. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Koontz, for providing this good information to the committee. And we will be looking forward to the reports, written reports. So, yeah, thank you. With that,
Good afternoon.
Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Lou Alachi. I'm with NTUA. I am supposed to do an update on the Sihasin report. I'm not sure if Rex covered the report.
Ms. Chi, no, he did not, because he referenced a written report that was supposed to have been submitted to the committee. And without that, he was unable to provide any type of reports. Therefore, we had asked him to just submit that to the committee for review. And then maybe if we have any questions later, we could go over the questions. But now, since you're on the line, do you have a copy? Do you have that report for the committee?
I do have a report, and who am I supposed to email it to?
Miss Peggy Nakai, do you have her email?
No, I don't.
Okay, Peggy?
Yes, Chair.
Ms. Chi is on the line for NTUA, and she needs a point of contact to email the report to.
Okay. Do you want me to give her over the call? Okay, it's just my full name, Peggy Nakai. There's no underscore or anything. It's just like one word, PEGGYNAKAI at Navajo, NAVAJO -nsn.gov. The NSN is like Nancy, Sam, Nancy, just the initials, nsn.gov. Did you get that?
Ms. Chi, did you get that?
Yes, I did. Let me go ahead and forward my one-page report to you.
Thank you.
Okay. Let us know when you receive it, Peggy.
Okay, will do. I just received it and I will forward it to all of you.
Krishna, thank you. Okay, we did receive. I did receive it, so I believe hopefully all the committee members have it. So with this, Ms. Chi, if you would proceed with your one-page report.
Okay, like I said again, good afternoon, everyone. I was on call earlier, and for some reason, I got kicked off the line, and I couldn't log back in. Good afternoon, Budget and Finance Committee. My name is Luella Chi, and I work with NTUA. I'm the project administration supervisor here, overseeing the power line projects. Shade last change lo but ani bas chain to khane da shi chain na to ketlini a dashnale. So right now I'm going to give you a high level report on the Sihasin projects. We had gotten approved 31, well actually 29 Sihasin power line projects from Navajo Nation. But the report you're looking at has 31 projects. This is due to one project being broken up into 3, so that makes it a total of 31. If you look at your report, there's a column on the left-hand side that says construction completed. Since we got approved the Sihasin funding, there was 20 projects there that was completed, with a total of 204 customers. And then as you go into the next column, there's a right-of-way completed projects. We have 2 projects under there, Dalcon John Straw and Salona Cottonwood Phase 2. Only the right-of-way was funded for these projects, and the right-of-way is completed at the moment. We are currently waiting for either house wiring to be completed, and Dalcon John Straw, we're waiting to have it put on the construction schedule. And as you go into the next column, which will say pending right-of-way, the reason why some of these projects didn't make it to the construction completion date is some of the customers are either, I have construction completed, I have pending right-of-way approval, and then I have approved right-of-way. So there's just a combination of status for these scattered projects. So for example, let me give you Danahoto scattered. I have a total of 28 customers. You have 21 that's going to be construction completed. You have 2 that has right-of-way approved. You have 5 that is still pending right-of-way. And if you look at Lupton scattered, that's the same. 7 was completed. 1 right-of-way is approved. 1 is pending right-of-way. Pinyon scattered, you have a total of 6 customers. You have 6 construction completed, and you have 5 pending right-of-way. And then you have Loop Grand Falls, Ojeto, Saley, Wheatfields. All those are pending with Navajo Nation Wildlife. Once we get it approved back from there, we will be submitting the TAA to Navajo Nation for approval. Under this TAA, there's 3 projects with a total of 61 customers. And then your last column, it'll have pending construction and or house wiring. We have Lachi, we have 5 that were completed. 2 is pending house wiring. Shantel, you have 19, and we're pending house wiring on those. And the same with Apiken. And if you come down to the bottom right, probably in the middle section of your report, it says total customers. So we have a total of 369 customers that we're going to be connecting. Out of those, we went and completed 243. So those customers are already connected. 24 is going to be pending construction scheduling. 54 of those customers are pending house wiring. 4 of those have approved right-of-way, and we're pending house wiring also. And then the last number, 72 of them are still going through right-of-way to be approved. Do you guys have any questions at this time?
Okay, does that complete your report?
Yes, it does.
I'll get you in that. Thank you, Ms. Chief, for providing us that report. Budget and Finance Committee, any questions, comments on this report? I'm not hearing any. So, yeah, allow Ms. Chief for coming back on the line and providing that report and submitting it to the committee for our review.
Chair Henio.
Thank you.
Hold on. Peggy?
I have a question. I don't see any expenditure. How much money are we talking about when you look at this report? I didn't see any funds or anything like that mentioned on it. Did I miss that?
Okay, thank you for pointing that out, Peggy. With this, Ms. Chief?
Okay, I'm sorry. I did not include the expenditure report, but the overall Sihasin that was allocated to us was $3,675,660.40. Out of there, we completed mostly all of year one. So year one consists of the amount of year one consists of $2,866,370.94. And I would say half of year two has been spent. So year two was 12.7 million. And as you all know, whatever funding or cost savings that we have on these projects, we usually submit a reallocation request, so that gets reapproved, and that money is reallocated to other customers. Any other questions?
Thank you, Ms. Chief, for that response. Back to the committee, Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments? Danoy, thank you for that report. And the next quarterly report, NTUA, if you would provide expenditures of all the allocations that were given to NTUA under the Sihasin, and that way we'll have an idea as far as what has been drawn down and expended and encumbered. In that same time, a timeline too also. What is the timeline to get all these areas completed? So we appreciate that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. And if there are no further questions or comments from the Budget and Finance Committee, we have exhausted our agenda, and we did get written reports through the email from NTU and also various entities that have provided their reports, so we have those on hand. So with this, if there's no further questions, comments, we have exhausted our agenda, and therefore it is Friday afternoon, 3:00 p.m. Actually, 3:02 p.m. And we'll call this meeting to close with a adjournment. And if there are no further questions, comments, we are hereby adjourned. Budget and Finance Committee, those 24th Navajo Nation Council that were on the line. listening in and asking questions and so forth. So, to Peggy and Ms. Nota for your assistance. And so with that, we are hereby adjourned. Thank you. I guess.